The camera opens slowly on a vast, sunlit plateau in Lebanon. Wind moves softly through the ruins, carrying with it a sense of ancient silence. The stones of Baalbek rise like sleeping giants, each one larger than a house, carved and fitted with precision that seems to mock the limitations of human hands. The narration begins with a voice that carries both awe and disbelief, inviting the audience into a mystery that has defied explanation for thousands of years. Baalbek, known in ancient times as Heliopolis, the city of the sun, is no ordinary ruin. It is a riddle in stone, a paradox that refuses to fit within the timeline of known human civilization. How could ancient builders, thousands of years before the invention of cranes or even steel tools, have lifted and placed stones weighing more than 1,200 tons? And more importantly, why? In the heart of this desolate beauty stands a temple of Jupiter, or what remains of it, a colossal structure that once inspired empires. The Roman Empire claimed it as its own, yet even Roman engineers are believed to have merely built upon something that existed long before them. Beneath their additions lies a foundation so massive and precise that no known Roman technology could have created it. The stones fit together without mortar, their surfaces polished and squared to near-perfect alignment. It is as though some forgotten intelligence, ancient and methodical, left behind a message carved in granite and limestone, daring future generations to question everything they believe about history. Imagine the effort required to move a single one of these stones. Even with modern cranes, heavy machinery, and advanced engineering software, moving a 1,200-ton block would be a monumental challenge. Yet the builders of Baalbek did it not once, but repeatedly, constructing walls and platforms that appear to defy gravity itself. The very existence of these structures suggests that whoever built them possessed a kind of knowledge, mechanical, mathematical, or perhaps something far stranger, that has been lost to time. Was it a form of technology we no longer understand, or something beyond what we would call human? The camera glides along the surface of one of these megaliths, revealing chisel marks that look impossibly precise, corners so clean they could cut light. Archaeologists have offered theories, yet each explanation seems to dissolve under its own weight. The Romans, for all their genius, never built anything else quite like this. The Phoenicians, though brilliant traders and seafarers, left no record of such engineering mastery. And the Sumerians, the first civilization as we know it, never claimed Baalbek as their own. The silence in historical records only deepens the mystery. Who were the original builders? How far back in time must we go to find their story? As the sun sets behind the Lebanese mountains, the ruins take on a golden glow, and shadows stretch across the ancient stones like fingers of another age. In that quiet, one begins to sense that Baalbek is more than just a ruin. It is a remnant of something humanity once knew and then forgot. Perhaps it was a temple not to the gods, but to the science of creation itself. Perhaps it was never meant for humans at all. The thought is both thrilling and unsettling, that our ancestors might not have been alone, and that the evidence has been in plain sight all along. This documentary is not just about archaeology. It is about questioning the limits of human understanding. It is about looking beyond the accepted version of history and daring to ask if civilization is far older, far more advanced, and far more mysterious than we've been told. Baalbek stands as an ancient challenge to our logic, a silent monument that whispers, "You were not the first." And as we journey deeper into this story, we will uncover the strange patterns, the hidden alignments, and forbidden theories that may finally answer the question the world has been afraid to ask. If humans didn't build Baalbek, then who did? The first sight of Baalbek is overwhelming. Standing at the edge of its vast courtyard, one can almost feel the air hum with the weight of time. What stretches before the eyes is not a mere collection of ruins, but monumental enigma of design and proportion. Towering columns rise like petrified sentinels, each one nearly 20 meters tall and carved from a single piece of stone. The remaining fragments of the Temple of Jupiter give only a faint impression of what once stood here, a temple so vast that even in its shattered form, it dwarfs every known structure of its era. The modern visitor may walk among the stones, craning their neck to see the tops of broken columns. But even then, it is impossible to comprehend the sheer ambition of what this place once was. It feels less like a human construction, and more like the remnants of something designed for giants or perhaps gods. As the narration begins, the camera pans across the site at dawn when the golden light strikes the stones, revealing their perfect symmetry. Each block sits in deliberate placement, part of a larger geometric code that has survived earthquakes, wars, and centuries of erosion. The Temple of Jupiter, once the centerpiece of the Baalbek complex, was not an isolated monument. It was part of a larger network of temples dedicated to Venus and Bacchus, connected by walkways and courtyards that aligned with the rising sun and certain star constellations. The stones appear to speak a language of mathematics and light, as though the builders sought to mirror the heavens upon the earth. This is not mere architecture. It is cosmic precision carved into stone. Walking deeper into the site, the scale of each structure begins to feel surreal. The podium of the Temple of Jupiter sits atop the famous trilithon, 3 colossal stone blocks, each weighing more than 800 tons. Beneath them lie even larger stones, forming a substructure that supports the entire temple platform. These foundation blocks fit so perfectly that one could not slip a sheet of paper between them. Their angles are square to a degree measurable only with laser instruments. The craftsmanship suggests not labor, but mastery, an understanding of physics and geometry far beyond capacity of primitive tools. No mortar, no reinforcement, no visible technique that modern archaeologists can fully replicate. The question echoes, how is this done and by whom? Visitors often describe a strange feeling when they stand before these stones, a sense of smallness that goes beyond scale. There is a haunting intelligence in their placement, a pattern of purpose that invites speculation. Some scholars argue that the Romans merely repurposed an older foundation when constructing their temples. But that claim raises another question. What civilization existed before Rome that could build such a base? The official narrative struggles to answer. Even the Romans, known for their engineering brilliance, left no record of how they could have moved or positioned such massive stones. The cranes they used for their own monuments could lift perhaps 50 tons at most, a fraction of what the trilithon demands. Beyond the trilithon lies another mystery, the vast open quarry adjacent to the main temple. It contains a colossal unfinished stone, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, still half buried in the earth. It is estimated to weigh around 1,200 tons, yet its sides are carved with the same precision as those already placed in the temple. This suggests that the builders had not only the means but the intention to move stones of this size regularly, as if the limits of gravity itself were no obstacle. To this day, no one has demonstrated how such a feat could be achieved without the aid of advanced machinery or some form of lost technology. As the camera moves across the site, the narration invites the viewer to imagine Baalbek as it once was. Picture the grand staircases, the statues of gods, the blazing torches illuminating the marble floors. Imagine priests and scholars gathered beneath colossal columns, performing rituals aligned with celestial events. The city that once stood here was not merely a place of worship. It was a center of energy, a convergence point between heaven and earth. Its builders were not just architects. They were visionaries who understood how to merge art, science, and the cosmos into one seamless expression. Yet amid this grandeur lies a paradox that defines Baalbek. Every explanation raises more questions. The deeper one looks into its architecture, the more it seems that Baalbek was designed according to principles that we have yet to rediscover. The angles of its structures align not only with solar cycles, but with certain frequencies of sound resonance. The stones themselves seem to have been shaped to absorb and transmit vibration, as if the entire complex functioned as one massive instrument. Could it have been designed to harness energy from the earth or the sky? Or was it simply the product of minds whose understanding of nature was more profound than we can currently grasp? The official story calls a Roman temple, but the stones tell a different story. Beneath the refined artistry of Roman columns lies a foundation so ancient that even local legends claim it predates humanity. In these stories, Baalbek was the city of Baal, the storm god, the lord of the sky. Some tales claim it was built by beings descended from the heavens, who used the site as a landing platform for their celestial chariots. Others speak of giants who shaped the earth before the flood, building temples so immense that only they could walk among them. Whether myth or memory, these stories persist because the stones themselves seem to echo them. As dusk falls over Baalbek, the light fades but the mystery deepens. The temple's ruins become silhouettes against a blood-orange sky, and the viewer is left with the same feeling shared by explorers, archaeologists, and dreamers across centuries, a feeling that this place is trying to tell us something. The precision is not random. The geometry is not accidental. The scale is not human. Every block, every measurement, every alignment seems to whisper knowledge that was once universal and is now lost. To stand before Baalbek is to confront the possibility that our ancestors were not primitive, but inheritors of forgotten science. And if that is true, then the question becomes inevitable. What else have we forgotten? What other wonders lie buried beneath the dust of time, waiting to remind us that the past is far stranger and far more intelligent than we dare to imagine? The stones of Baalbek are not just large, they are impossible. At the southern edge of the ancient complex lies the famous trilithon, a series of 3 rectangular blocks that each weigh more than 800 tons. Together they form part of the foundation for the Temple of Jupiter, sitting perfectly aligned as if placed by a divine hand. To grasp what this means, consider that a fully loaded Boeing 747 weighs less than half of one of these stones. The blocks are cut with perfect right angles, their surfaces smooth and level as though machined by industrial tools, and they rest upon smaller, yet equally precise layers of stone beneath them. Their placement is so flawless that not even a hairline gap can be seen between them. These are not simply heavy stones. They are technological statements carved in an age that, according to mainstream history, should have lacked the means to make them. When you first see them, the scale feels surreal. The human mind struggles to process numbers like 800 tons until standing before one of these stones. Each is longer than a bus, taller than a man, and thicker than a wall built for eternity. The air feels different around them, heavier somehow, as though gravity itself is aware of their defiance. How were these stones lifted, transported, and set into place without cranes, steel cables, or modern engines? The Roman Empire, with all its engineering brilliance, never documented moving stones this large. The Egyptian pyramids, for all their grandeur, used blocks only a fraction of the size. At Baalbek, we are confronted with something that goes beyond the limits of recorded human achievement. In the nearby quarry lies the true crown of impossibility, the stone of the pregnant woman, still embedded in the earth. It weighs an estimated 1,200 tons, yet its sides are perfectly carved and measured. Later excavations revealed 2 even larger stones buried beneath it, one estimated to weigh close to 1,600 tons, the largest known hewn stones on the planet. The precision of the cuts suggests intent, not accident. Whoever shaped them did, so knowing they could be moved, placed, and fitted with other blocks in ways modern engineers cannot easily explain. When the camera lingers on their edges, every groove and angle speaks of a forgotten mastery, as if some advanced civilization had once walked these hills and left behind a challenge. Replicate this, if you can. Archaeologists have tried to offer explanations. Some propose that the stones were cut and abandoned when the builders realized they were too heavy to move. Others claim the Romans, with enough time, manpower, and ingenuity, could have dragged them with ropes and wooden rollers. But calculations quickly dismantled those ideas. The force required to move even one of these stones over soft ground would crush wooden supports instantly. Even the largest Roman cranes could lift only about 50 tons. The argument collapses under its own weight, leaving an unanswered question that echoes through time. How did they do it? To appreciate the impossibility, one must consider precision as well as the mass. These stones are not rough or uneven. They are squared with exactitude, their sides matching within millimeters. Such perfection is unnecessary for basic construction, but essential for something greater, something engineered with intention beyond simple utility. When you see the fit between each block, you realize they were not merely stacked. They were aligned with mathematical precision, possibly to distribute weight or resonance across the entire platform. The trilithon's placement, the subtle tilt of its foundation, and its alignment with celestial coordinates all point toward a design far more complex than random architecture. Modern engineers have attempted to recreate the process using computer simulations. The results are humbling. With today's technology, steel cranes, hydraulic lifts, and heavy transporters, moving a 1,200-ton block would still require specialized equipment, immense energy, and careful terrain preparation. Yet Baalbek's builders worked on uneven ground, without the luxury of steel or engines, and somehow achieved perfect results. The possibility arises that they use a form of technology not recognized by conventional history, perhaps leveraging sound, magnetism, or anti-gravitational principles lost through the ages. Ancient legends from various cultures speak of priests using chants or resonance to make stones float through the air, guided by sound alone. Could Baalbek be the physical proof of such a phenomenon? There's also the question of why these blocks needed to be so large. Why build with such massive stones when smaller ones would suffice? The answer might lie in material itself. Larger stones, cut from single pieces, are more resistant to earthquakes and erosion, suggesting an understanding of geophysical stability. Yet the degree of overengineering implies something else, a desire for permanence, or perhaps an interaction with natural forces we no longer comprehend. Some researchers propose that the size was related to vibration frequencies within the Earth, hinting that Baalbek could have functioned as part of an ancient energy network, capable of channeling telluric currents through its foundation. As the scene transitions from the quarry back to the temple, the viewer is left with an uneasy realization. Every theory, every hypothesis, seems to unravel under scrutiny. The stones of Baalbek exist as a fact of nature, yet they defy the logic of human capability. The official explanations feel like placeholders, comforting myths told by modern science to quiet the deeper question that refuses to die. Were these stones built by a lost civilization whose knowledge surpassed our own? Were they remnants of a pre-cataclysmic era, survivors of a forgotten golden age? Or were they, as ancient myths whisper, placed here by gods who once walked the earth? The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the trilithon. The narrator's voice softens, carrying a tone of reverence and disbelief. The stones do not move. They do not speak. And yet, they tell a story older than language itself, a story carved into the bones of the earth, challenging every generation to look closer, think deeper, and ask again the question that haunts the silence of Baalbek. These stones exist, but they should not. So who, or what, made the impossible possible? History, at least the way we are taught it, insists that Baalbek was a Roman masterpiece. The textbooks describe it as the Grand Temple of Jupiter, constructed in the 1st century CE by the Romans during their conquest of the Levant. They say that the colossal columns, the massive stones, and the sprawling complex were feats of Roman ambition and engineering. But when you look closer, when you peel away the layers of time, politics, and assumption, the story begins to fracture. The stones beneath the Roman architecture do not match Roman craftsmanship. Their size, precision, and weathering suggest something far older, something that does not fit neatly within the official narrative. And suddenly, the question arises, who truly built Baalbek? The Roman explanation is elegant on the surface. Rome, after all, was known for its monumental structures, aqueducts, amphitheaters, temples, and palaces that still stand today. The Roman engineers understood geometry, symmetry, and endurance. It would make sense that they could build something as magnificent as Baalbek. Yet, even the Romans left no detailed record of constructing the site's megalithic foundations. Ancient texts that describe the city speak of its grandeur, but never explain how such immense stones came to rest beneath it. No inscription, no historical scroll, no surviving blueprint reveals the logistics. For a civilization that documented nearly every triumph, this silence feels deliberate. Or perhaps it hints that the Romans merely inherited a wonder they could not replicate. Archaeologists have long debated this discrepancy. Some claim the Romans simply expanded an existing Canaanite or Phoenician temple. Others believe they built the entire structure from scratch, but used pre-cut blocks found in the area. Yet the physical evidence contradicts both ideas. The Roman sections of Baalbek, elegant columns, intricate carvings, and marble ornamentation, display a very different construction style from the platform below. The Roman stones are smaller, lighter, and assembled with visible joints and mortar. In contrast, the foundation blocks are cyclopean, carved with impossible precision, and fused together without any binding material. The lower platform appears almost alien in its perfection, as if it belonged to another era entirely. If the Romans did not build the base, then who did? The problem deepens when we consider the erosion patterns on the stones. Some geologists suggest that the weathering on the trilithon and lower foundation predates the Roman period by thousands of years. This would mean that the site was already ancient long before the Romans ever arrived. The Romans then may have simply built atop something sacred, as conquerors often did, transforming an older monument into their own. This theory aligns with a familiar pattern seen across the world. The Temple Mount in Jerusalem, the Acropolis in Athens, and even the pyramids of Egypt, all reused, modified, or rebuilt upon older foundations. Could Baalbek represent the same phenomenon, only on a scale so vast it challenges everything we know about the ancient world? Local legends provide their own interpretation, one that predates Roman influence entirely. In these tales, Baalbek was a city of Baal, home to the ancient god of storms and fertility. It was said to be built by giants under command of King Nimrod, or by angels who fell from heaven and taught humanity forbidden knowledge. Later, Islamic lore would describe Baalbek as a place constructed by supernatural beings under King Solomon's rule. According to one version, Solomon commanded the jinn, creatures of smokeless fire, to move the massive stones and erect a city for his queen. Such myths may sound fantastical, but they persist because they echo something profound: the recognition that Baalbek's creation required powers or technologies beyond ordinary human means. Even the architectural purpose of Baalbek is uncertain. The Romans dedicated it to Jupiter, the king of their gods, but the design does not fit standard Roman religious layouts. The orientation of the temple complex does not align with the typical Roman practice of symmetry toward a city or civic center. Instead, Baalbek's axis aligns with celestial patterns, perhaps an echo of its earlier, pre-Roman role as an astronomical or ceremonial site. Some researchers have noted alignments with specific stars and solstice events, suggesting that the original builders may have designed it as part observatory, part energy focus, part temple. The Romans, unaware of its deeper purpose, might have built upon it simply to claim its grandeur and spiritual power. The deeper one digs into Baalbek's origins, the more the timeline collapses. Pottery fragments and tools found in the area point to habitation as early as 9000 BC, long before the Romans, Phoenicians, or even the Sumerians rose to prominence. Was there once a forgotten civilization here, one whose memory survived only through myth and religion? If so, could Baalbek be one of its last standing monuments, preserved through conquest and reconstruction? The possibility is both thrilling and terrifying, because it implies that human civilization may have advanced and fallen long before recorded history began. One of the most haunting questions concerns the stones themselves. If they truly predate the Romans, why did later civilizations never attempt to replicate such construction again? Why we find no other example of similar engineering from that era? It is as if the knowledge was lost overnight, erased by catastrophe or deliberate suppression. The Romans, who prided themselves on efficiency, would have seen futility in recreating something they did not understand. Instead, they adapted it, layered their temples atop it, and left the mystery buried beneath their marble. When you stand at the base of the trilithon and look upward toward the surviving Roman columns, you can see time layered in stone. The lower foundation speaks of impossible precision, a technology beyond comprehension. The middle layers display a blend of adaptation, where new civilizations try to harmonize with the old. The upper ruins, elegant yet fragile, belong to the Romans, the last inheritors of secret they could not decode. Each layer tells a story not of progress, but decline, as if the deeper one digs, the more advanced the builders become. The historian's voice trembles with reverence as the camera drifts across the ruins under the moonlight. The official story of Baalbek, that it was built by the Romans, is a comfortable fiction, a way to contain the uncontainable. The truth, whatever it may be, lies in the stones themselves, silent yet defiant. Their existence demands that we question the history we've been given. What if the Romans were not the creators, but merely the curators of something ancient, something not entirely human? What if Baalbek's true builders vanished long before Rome ever existed, leaving behind only their fingerprints in stone and a mystery that refuses to die? Long before historians and archaeologists claimed Baalbek for Rome, the people of Lebanon told stories about it. Stories that echoed to the mountains and valleys long before Latin ever touched these stones. They did not call it the Temple of Jupiter, nor did they think of it as a Roman triumph. To them, Baalbek was a dwelling place of gods, the work of being so powerful and vast that their touch left the earth trembling. The legends were whispered from parent to child, from elder to traveler, until they became part of the land itself. Even today, local guides tell visitors that these stones were not shaped by human hands, but by something otherworldly, something ancient beyond imagination. In these old tales, Baalbek was built by the giants, not mythical in the childish sense, but colossal beings, half divine and half human, who walked the earth when it was still young. They were said to have harnessed energies unknown to mankind, shaping mountains like clay and carving stone with the ease of cutting bread. The blocks that make up the foundation of Baalbek, according to legend, were theirs, the very footprints of these titans frozen in time. When the gods left the earth, the giants disappeared with them, leaving behind only their works. The locals believed Baalbek was one of their final monuments, a place where heaven once touched the ground. Another version of the story reaches even deeper into mythology. In the ancient Semitic traditions, Baal was not merely a god, but a presence. The lord of the sky, the bringer of thunder and rain, the one who gave life and destruction in equal measure. The word Baalbek itself is thought by some to mean the city of Baal. It was here, they said, that Baal descended to earth. Lightning was his chariot, and the storm clouds his messengers. The temple complex was not a place of worship built by mortals, but a fortress raised for his return. The enormous platform and its megalithic stones were thought to be a landing ground for the gods, a celestial gateway that connected the heavens to the earth. There are other stories, darker ones, passed down in hushed voices by shepherds and mystics. They speak of beings who came from the stars long before recorded history, bringing knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and the movement of the heavens. These beings, according to the tales, taught early humanity how to build in stone, how to align monuments with the stars, and how to harness energy from the earth. But they also warned that such knowledge came with a price, that misuse would bring destruction. Baalbek, in this version, was their meeting place, a center of power where energy from the cosmos and the planet intertwined. When their mission ended, they left, but the power beneath Baalbek remained, sleeping under layers of history and sand. Some local legends weave Baalbek into biblical and Quranic lore. It is said that after the Great Flood, when the world was reborn, the descendants of Noah, or perhaps the Nephilim, the fallen giants of Genesis, settled in this region. They rebuilt what had been destroyed before the deluge. Among their constructions was Baalbek, restored with the same impossible stones that had survived the cataclysm. Later, during the reign of King Solomon, the site was repurposed as a stronghold. Islamic folklore claims that Solomon commanded the jinn, beings of smokeless fire, to build Baalbek as a palace for his queen. The jinn, capable of moving mountains and bending the elements, obeyed, constructing the platform in a single night. When Solomon's reign ended, the jinn fled, leaving behind a monument that would outlast empires. Even in the early Christian and medieval periods, Baalbek remained shrouded in awe and suspicion. Pilgrims spoke of hearing voices among the stones, of strange lights glowing in the ruins at night, of vibrations that seemed to hum beneath the ground. Locals avoided the site after dark, claiming that it was still inhabited by the spirits of the builders. In some tales, those who desecrated the temple were cursed, driven mad, or struck by storms that appeared without warning. To this day, there are villagers who swear that Baalbek stones are alive, resonating faintly when thunder passes overhead, as if remembering the god for whom they were once raised. The persistence of these legends across centuries is striking. They span different religions, languages, and empires, yet they all agree on one thing. Baalbek was not made by ordinary humans. Whether built by giants, gods, or jinn, it stands as a marker of something beyond the reach of mortal hands. The consistency of this belief suggests that people sensed something extraordinary long before science tried to explain it. The oral traditions may not be literal truth, but they encode memory, perhaps the distant echo of an event so old that it survived only in story form. When cultures across time all tell the same tale, that the site was made by beings greater than themselves, it invites provocative thought. Were they all merely dreaming, or were they remembering? Today, When one stands among the ruins and listens to the wind move between the stones, it is easy to understand how such stories took root. The scale alone seems supernatural. The sound of footsteps echoes strangely, as if the air itself bends differently here. The sunlight glows warmer against the limestone, almost metallic in its reflection, and at dusk, the site is enveloped in silence, so profound it feels sacred. There is a weight, an energy that defies explanation, a sense that the place is not abandoned but waiting. Perhaps the ancients were not mistaken in calling it the city of the gods. Perhaps the stories are not mere superstition, but fragments of truth, preserved through the only language early humanity had, myth. In the end, the legends of Baalbek may hold more wisdom than they appear to. They remind us that myth is not the opposite of history. It is a memory of it, filtered through the wonder and fear of our ancestors. These stories of giants, gods, and jinn speak to something we have lost. The ability to see the sacred in stone, to recognize power where science sees only rock. And as the camera lingers on the massive blocks glowing in twilight, the narration poses a question that bridges myth and reality. What if the legends were never meant to be dismissed but decoded? What if the ancients, through story and song, were trying to tell us who the real builders were, and why they might one day return? Archaeology tells us that every stone has a story. Yet at Baalbek, the story the stones whisper does not match the one written in our textbooks. When scientists attempt to date the foundations of the Baalbek complex, they find themselves caught in a web of contradictions. The Roman structures above, columns, carvings, ornamentation, fit neatly within the first centuries of the Common Era. But the foundation, the colossal platform upon which all this rests, feels far older. The erosion patterns, the layering of sediment, and the geological aging of the stone suggest a timeline that reaches back not 2,000 years, but perhaps 10 or even 12,000. It is as if the Romans built upon the ruins of a civilization already ancient when Rome was born. The idea that Baalbek's foundations could predate known history changes everything. Mainstream archaeology places the dawn of complex human civilization around 6,000 BC, with Sumer as the first organized society. Yet evidence at Baalbek hints at construction techniques and scale that defies such a timeline. When geologists studied the base stones, some noticed weathering inconsistent with the Roman period. The depth of patina and the patterns of mineral accumulation suggested exposure for far longer, perhaps thousands of years before the Romans ever arrived. This raised an uncomfortable question. Was there a forgotten epic of builders, a civilization erased by time or cataclysm, whose knowledge left behind only these silent stones? Some researchers have pointed to parallels between Baalbek and other megalithic sites scattered across the world. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which dates to 9,500 BCE, or the enigmatic ruins of Pumapunku in Bolivia. Each of these sites shows advanced craftsmanship existing far earlier than history allows. The pattern is unmistakable. Across continents and cultures, structures emerge that imply a common inheritance of advanced knowledge. Could Baalbek belong to that same lost era, when humanity, or something like it, possessed the skills to build monuments beyond our understanding? The possibility blurs a line between archaeology and myth, forcing us to reconsider where civilization truly began. To date the origins of Baalbek, some have examined the layers beneath the visible ruins. Excavations have uncovered evidence of Neolithic habitation, pottery, tools, and human remains dating back thousands of years before Rome's conquest. But beneath these, deeper still, lie layers of compacted earth and stone that seem intentionally laid out, as though forming the foundation for something even earlier. These lower strata have yet to be fully explored, partly due to political instability, and partly because they threaten to rewrite too much of what is accepted. If it turns out that the foundation stones of Baalbek are older than 9,000 BCE, it would mean the site was constructed before the end of the last ice age, when mainstream history insists humanity was still living in scattered tribes. The structure of Baalbek itself offers further evidence of deep antiquity. The foundation stones, called the trilithon, are not placed randomly but follow geometric alignments that correspond to astronomical markers. Their positioning hints at sophisticated understanding of celestial movement, suggesting that whoever built them may have intended Baalbek as an astronomical observatory or a cosmic temple. The alignment of certain features with solstices, equinoxes, and even planetary cycles points to knowledge that predates the mathematical systems of Mesopotamia and Egypt. This kind of precision cannot easily be dismissed as coincidence. It implies deliberate planning by people or beings who understood both the heavens and the earth in ways modern science has only recently rediscovered. The debate among scholars is fierce. Conventional archaeologists argue that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and radiocarbon dating of surrounding materials places major construction within the Roman period. Yet, radiocarbon dating cannot directly date stone. It measures the age of organic material found nearby, not the rock itself. If the Romans merely reuse an older site, the dating of their materials tells us nothing about the true age of the stones beneath. A few geologists, unwilling to ignore the anomalies, have proposed that the foundations could indeed be remnants of a pre-Roman, even prehistoric civilization, one that disappeared, leaving behind only its monumental skeleton. Local traditions strengthen this view. Ancient Phoenician texts once referred to Baalbek as the house of the sun, linking it to celestial worship that predates any known Roman cult. Some early Arabic manuscripts describe the site as older than the flood. Combined with oral legends about divine or giant builders, the implication is clear. The people who inherited this site always believed it was ancient beyond comprehension. The Romans may have added their temples, but even they might have stood in awe of what was already there. There are also peculiar architectural details that separate the oldest parts of Baalbek from anything Roman. The joints between the megaliths are so tight that no mortar was necessary, a technique more akin to Incan masonry in South America than to Roman engineering. The lower stones bear no decorative motifs, no inscriptions, no symbols, only clean lines and precision cuts, as if their builders prioritized function and alignment over aesthetics. Above them, the Roman sections brim with ornate carvings and inscriptions typical of their culture. The contrast is stark. It is as though two entirely different civilizations, one ancient and mathematical, the other imperial and artistic, collaborate across time without ever meeting. Some independent researchers have gone further, suggesting that Baalbek may have been built not for worship, but for energy. The composition of the limestone, the piezoelectric properties of the rock, and its position on a known tectonic fault line could imply that it once harnessed natural earth energy. In such a theory, Baalbek might have served as an ancient power node, part of a global network of sites designed to amplify or stabilize energies from the planet itself. While this remains speculative, the idea continues to fascinate because it fits a broader pattern: the placement of megalithic sites at geophysical hotspots. Could be that our ancestors, or some unknown predecessors, understood and utilized natural energy systems far earlier than we imagine. If Baalbek is indeed older than we believe, then history has a blind spot the size of civilization. The implications are staggering. It would mean that advanced construction existed during a period when humanity was supposedly primitive, and that knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and geometry was global, not regional. It suggests that somewhere in our deep past, a culture of builders, scientists, and visionaries rose and fell, leaving behind only their monuments as proof of their existence. These monuments became the myths of later peoples, transformed into temples, reinterpreted through the lens of gods and heroes. As night descends upon the ruins, the camera captures the dim glow of stars reflected on the pale limestone. The narrator's voice grows softer, almost reverent. The Romans may have built their temples here, but they were not the first. Long before Latin, before Babylon, before even the earliest cities of Mesopotamia, there may have been others, builders of light and stone, who raised Baalbek as a beacon to the cosmos. Perhaps they were human, perhaps something more. But whoever they were, their work endures unbroken, defying time itself. The foundations of Baalbek are not merely ancient, they are eternal, and they may hold within the first and last memory of civilization the earth has chosen to forget. Precision is a word we often reserve for machines, for lasers, for the mathematics of modern industry. But at Baalbek, the concept takes on a different meaning, one that feels almost supernatural. The precision here is not mechanical, but mystical. Not the product of human labor as we understand it, but the result of something that seems to blur the line between science and magic. When the camera glides along the face of one of the megalithic stones, every edge, every surface, every joint speaks of control, intention, and perfection. These blocks were not simply cut. They were crafted with the kind of accuracy that modern engineers would measure in millimeters, not inches. And yet they were made thousands of years ago, in an age we are told lacked even the simplest iron tools. The stones of Baalbek are not rough-hewn like those of many other ancient sites. They are cleanly sliced, each angle exact. Each surface is flat, as if it had been machined by a giant saw. The trilithine stones, in particular, fit together with such finesse that you cannot slide a blade of grass between them. There is no mortar, no filler, no visible tool mark that would betray primitive chiseling. Instead, the joints seem fused, as though the builders understood not only how to move these enormous stones, but how to make them behave like components of a single, unified structure. In the silence of the ruins, one feels as though the stones themselves hum with the memory of a lost science, an understanding of material, gravity, and balance that surpasses anything found in the known ancient world. Modern engineers who have examined the site often express disbelief. To achieve this level of precision today would require diamond-tipped saws, computer-guided cutting machines, and laser alignment systems. Yet the builders of Baalbek did not possess electricity, or so we think. The limestone used at the site is notoriously brittle, prone to cracking under uneven stress, and yet every stone is perfect, as though shaped under conditions that eliminated all human error. The corners are square to within fractions of a degree. The surfaces align along a nearly flawless plane. Such exactitude raises questions that archaeology struggles to answer. Were the builders using tools that we no longer recognize? Did they possess a technique, perhaps vibrational or energetic in nature, that allowed them to cut stone without physical contact? One theory suggests that the builders employed a form of geopolymer technology, essentially reconstituting stone, using natural chemical processes to mold it into perfect shapes. This would have required knowledge of chemistry far beyond what is attributed to any ancient civilization. Another idea, more speculative but equally fascinating, proposes that sound or resonance played a role. Ancient legends often speak of priests or sages who could lift stones with the power of sound, using chanting or instruments to alter frequency and mass. If Baalbek's builders understood such harmonics, it might explain how they achieved the uncanny smoothness and fit of the blocks without traditional tools. The evidence for such methods remains elusive, but the idea refuses to die because it fits what we see, impossible perfection achieved by unknown means. Examining the site more closely, researchers have discovered that the alignment of certain walls and foundations follows an invisible order, a geometric logic that binds the entire complex together. The orientation of the platform corresponds almost perfectly with cardinal directions, while the dimensions of the foundation blocks appear to be based on ratios found in nature. The golden ratio, the square root of 2, and other mathematical constants that govern harmony in art and architecture. This suggests that Baalbek was not constructed haphazardly or even purely for aesthetic grandeur, but according to principles of sacred geometry. It was a deliberate expression of balance between earth and sky, weight and light, form and energy. The precision, then, was not merely functional, it was spiritual. Consider the joinery of the megaliths. The seams between stones are so fine that they behave like pressure seals. Some engineers speculate that this level of accuracy could make the structure resistant to earthquakes, a logical adaptation for a region prone to seismic activity. But even if that were true, it does not explain how Bronze Age builders could achieve tolerances that modern concrete cannot. The Romans, for example, built incredible monuments like the Pantheon, but their precision relied on mortar and iron clamps. Baalbek stones stand free, unsupported by any binding agent, yet they remain perfectly aligned after thousands of years of weathering, war, and natural disaster. The craftsmanship defies both time and logic. The surfaces of certain blocks also bear curious features, subtle grooves, minute parallel striations, and faint polishing marks that suggest the use of high-speed cutting tools. When magnified, these patterns resemble the results of modern diamond saws or rotary grinders. However, no such tools have ever been found from the supposed era of construction. Could it be that the technology existed but has simply been lost? Or are we looking at the remnants of a civilization that did not rely on metal at all, but on something entirely different? Perhaps acoustic, energetic, or electromagnetic technology that left no trace. Even more intriguing are the resonant properties of the site itself. When sound waves are emitted within certain chambers or between specific stone surfaces, they echo in frequencies that amplify unnaturally, as if the architecture itself was designed to manipulate vibration. Modern sound engineers who have tested these spaces note that the resonance patterns are not random. They appear tuned, as though the builders intended the entire site to act like a giant harmonic instrument. If this is true, then the precision of Baalbek may not have been for structural perfection alone, but for energetic functionality. The stones may have been carved to interact with sound, light, or even the magnetic fields of the earth. The deeper one studies Baalbek, the clearer it becomes that we are not just dealing with master stonemasons, but with scientists, people who possess an intimate understanding of natural law. They knew how to design for eternity, how to marry beauty with function, and how to encode knowledge in structure. Each stone, each angle, each ratio could be seen as part of forgotten language, a form of communication that uses geometry instead of words. In this light, Baalbek is not merely an ancient ruin. It is a message carved into the bones of the earth, left by a people who understood more than we dare to admit. As twilight falls over the site, the light softens, revealing the flawless transitions between one stone and the next. The narrator's voice drops into a tone of quiet reverence, inviting the viewer to imagine the builders at work, not with hammers and chisels, but with knowledge so precise that it transcended the need for brute force. Perhaps they used tools that shaped stone through resonance, or perhaps they guided energy in ways we have yet to rediscover. Whatever the truth, the precision of Baalbek stands as a mirror, reflecting both the limits of our understanding and the possibility that humanity's greatest achievements may lie not in the future, but in the forgotten past. Throughout history, every great mystery eventually splits humanity into two camps, those who believe in coincidence and those who sense design. Baalbek sits precisely at that crossroads. The mainstream archaeologists will tell you it was built through ingenuity, patience, and crude mechanical methods refined by trial and error. But when one stands before those colossal stones, polished, aligned, and placed with mathematical perfection, the mind rebels. The scale, the symmetry, the audacity of it all force a different question. What if the builders of Baalbek possessed knowledge that was lost to time? What if what we call ancient technology was not primitive at all, but a kind of science we no longer understand? The concept of lost technology is not fantasy. It is history repeating itself. We know that civilizations have risen and fallen countless times. Great libraries have burned, inventions have vanished, and empires have forgotten their own innovations. Even in our modern age, technology is fragile, dependent on power grids and systems that could disappear in a single catastrophe. Imagine a civilization thriving thousands of years before the Romans, one that mastered energy, sound, and material science. When it fell, through disaster, flood, or cosmic event, its secrets would have perished with it. What remains would be its monuments, indestructible, eternal, and incomprehensible. Baalbek could be one of those monuments, the fossilized footprint of a forgotten age of technology. Consider the idea of acoustic engineering. Ancient myths across the world speak of sound being used to lift, shape, or destroy matter. The Egyptians described priests who moved stones with chants. Tibetan monks tell stories of sacred horns that could levitate boulders. Even the Bible recounts the walls of Jericho falling before the blast of trumpets. What if these were not metaphors, but echoes of real techniques? The massive stones of Baalbek, some exceeding 1,000 tons, could never have been moved with ropes and manpower alone. Yet if the builders understood how to manipulate vibration and frequency, how to make matter resonate with sound, then gravity itself could have become pliable. Modern science has begun to catch glimpses of this possibility. Acoustic levitation is no longer myth. Researchers have lifted small objects using standing sound waves. Ultrasound can shape materials and even move liquid with invisible pressure. Scaled up to monumental proportions, such technologies could explain how megalithic structures were assembled across the world. Perhaps the ancients harnessed the Earth's natural frequencies, using harmonic resonance to weaken gravitational pull or reduce friction. The layout of Baalbek stones, the way they seem tuned to one another, might not be architectural coincidence. It could be the residue of a sound-based technology, a symphony written in limestone. Another theory proposes the use of electromagnetic energy. Some of the stones at Baalbek contain high concentrations of quartz and other piezoelectric minerals, materials that generate electricity under pressure. When aligned along fault lines or magnetic currents, these stones could act as energy conduits. Could be that the site was designed to harness natural earth energy, much like a modern power station. If so, the precision with which the stones were placed would make sense. The platform might have been a form of ancient energy grid, transmitting or amplifying frequencies across the region. Such theories might sound speculative, but they align eerily with descriptions from ancient texts that speak of temples of light or houses of energy built by the gods. In the midst of the Levant and Mesopotamia, the gods were not ethereal spirits. They were tangible beings who wielded advanced tools. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, those who came from the heavens, who taught humans the arts of metallurgy and agriculture. The Phoenicians told of Baal, the storm god, whose thunder was said to power his throne. If one interprets these stories not as myth but as memory, Baalbek might have been an energy or communication hub for these so-called gods, a place where sky and earth met in a literal technological exchange. To the uninitiated, their machines would have seemed divine, their science indistinguishable from magic. Of course, Orthodox historians dismiss such possibilities as pseudoscience. They argue that human ingenuity, not lost technology, explains the marvels of the ancient world. Yet even within conventional archaeology, unexplained anomalies persist. Drill cores in Egyptian granite show spiral cutting patterns that mirror those made by modern diamond tools. Ancient Incan walls fit so precisely that not even a knife can pass between them. Machu Picchu, Pumapunku, and Baalbek share not only the same impossible precision, but also similar methods of polygonal stone fitting, techniques that appear suddenly without clear evolution. How did civilizations separated by oceans develop identical methods if there was no shared source of knowledge? Perhaps what we call ancient technology was not merely mechanical but holistic, a fusion of science and spirituality. The ancients may have viewed energy, sound, light, and matter as aspects of a single force. Their temples were not just places of worship, but instruments designed to harmonize with the cosmos. Baalbek, with its massive stones tuned to earth resonance and its alignment to celestial points, could have functioned as both a physical and energetic bridge between worlds. The builders may have understood something we have only begun to rediscover, that everything vibrates, everything resonates, and within that resonance lies power. One compelling detail often overlooked by mainstream scholars is the absence of tool marks. On most ancient construction sites, the story of how something was built can be read in the grooves and imperfections left behind. But at Baalbek, the stones are eerily smooth, their cuts too refined to reveal a method. This silence of evidence is its own kind of testimony. It suggests a technique that left no scars, as though the stone itself yielded willingly to the builder's command. Could they have used heat or sonic disintegration to separate and shape the rock? Modern experiments using sound and microwave frequencies can fracture stone cleanly without contact. What we see at Baalbek may be the echo of such forgotten mastery. The question that inevitably follows is this: if such technology once existed, where did it go? Cataclysm is the most likely answer. Many ancient myths speak of a great flood or celestial disaster that wiped out an advanced age. The survivors, scattered and traumatized, could have remembered fragments of their knowledge as myth, gods, miracles, and magical tools. Over generations, their descendants would have revered the remnants of that lost science as divine relics. Baalbek, in this light, is not just an archaeological site. It is a fossilized memory of a civilization that perished but left behind proof of its genius. The camera lingers on the trilithon as the sun sets, painting the stones in gold and shadow. The narrator's voice lowers, almost conspiratorial. If Baalbek was built with sound, with energy, with science that blurred into the sacred, then everything we think we know about history changes. Civilization did not begin in ignorance. It began in brilliance. And somewhere along the way, we forgot. The wind moves through the ruins, and for a moment it sounds like a hum, a deep resonance that seems to vibrate within the earth itself. Perhaps it is only the echo of the past, or perhaps it is a lingering frequency of the builders, still reverberating through time, reminding us that the line between technology and mystery has always been thinner than we dared believe. There are places on Earth where the ground itself seems to hum, where compasses twitch, and where the air feels charged with invisible tension. Baalbek, in the heart of Lebanon's Bekaa Valley, is one of those places. While archaeologists have long admired its massive stones and classical columns, another layer of mystery lingers beneath the surface, literally. Modern measurements taken by researchers and curious explorers alike have revealed unusual electromagnetic readings around and under the site. Devices show fluctuating magnetic fields, spikes in radiation, and strange patterns of interference that seem to pulse with the Earth's heartbeat. Some dismiss it as coincidence or natural geology, but others suspect that these readings are not accidental. Perhaps Baalbek was built where it was for a reason, on a node of the planet's own energy grid, a place where power from deep within the Earth rises to the surface. The idea of magnetic anomalies at sacred sites is not new. From Stonehenge to the Great Pyramid of Giza, ancient monuments often coincide with places of subtle electromagnetic activity. These locations seem to follow ley lines, geometric alignment of energy that crisscross the globe like an invisible lattice. At Baalbek, the same phenomenon appears. When surveyed with magnetometers, the readings do not behave like random background noise. They fluctuate in rhythmic waves, as though responding to a hidden pulse. Even the stones themselves seem to participate. Certain blocks, particularly those rich in quartz and iron oxide, generate weak but measurable electric charges when exposed to vibration or sunlight. It is as if the structure is alive, breathing in harmony with the Earth's energy field. Ancient builders, according to some theories, understood this. They did not simply choose Baalbek's location for its beauty or convenience, but because it sat upon a powerful junction of telluric currents, natural electric flows within the Earth's crust. These currents, invisible but measurable, carry electromagnetic energy along the planet's surface, much like veins conduct blood through a body. To the ancients, such places were sacred. They built temples and monuments atop them, amplifying the natural energy with stone, geometry, and resonance. The Romans may have seen Baalbek as a site worthy of Jupiter, but perhaps long before them, another civilization recognized it as something far more potent, a gateway between worlds powered by the Earth itself. Some researchers claim that Baalbek's electromagnetic field behaves differently at night. Measurements taken after sunset show an increase in intensity, as though the site responds to lunar cycles or temperature shifts in the ground. There are counter compasses spinning, batteries draining unexpectedly, and camera equipment malfunctioning near the trilithon. Geologists attribute some of this to the iron content in the limestone or to seismic activity beneath the Bekaa Valley, but the anomalies persist even when controlled for natural interference. Could it be that the site was designed to harness or channel these energies? The stone's precise alignment and composition suggest deliberate engineering. The blocks may have acted as capacitors, storing charge during the day and releasing it at night, a concept strikingly similar to modern electrical systems. The geometry of Baalbek further deepens the mystery. The layout of the main platform follows geometric ratios found in other energetic sites worldwide. The distances between key points correspond to harmonic frequencies associated with resonance in sound and magnetism. It is almost as if the builders encoded a mathematical language into the architecture, one that can manipulate both physical and energetic forces. Some physicists who have examined data from Baalbek speculate that the site's geometry could create standing wave patterns in the magnetic field, a phenomenon that occurs when energy oscillates in perfect synchronization with its surroundings. Such patterns could explain why people visiting the site often report sensations of dizziness, warmth, or euphoria, even when unaware of its history. Ancient myths about Baalbek describe it as a place of descending fire, where the gods came down from the heavens in chariots of light. To modern ears, this sounds like legend or metaphor, but when one considers the electromagnetic phenomenon of the site, the phrase takes on a new resonance. Could these stories be poetic memories of plasma discharges, aurora-like events, or even artificial energy manifestations? If the builders of Baalbek understood how to tap into geomagnetic currents, they might have been able to create light or energy displays that ancient people would have interpreted as divine. Lightning-like energy arcs, glowing halos, and radiant auras, all are natural results of strong electromagnetic activity in the right conditions. What we call rituals of the gods might have been experiments in energy manipulation. Other theories push the idea even further. If Baalbek truly sits atop an electromagnetic hotspot, it might have served as an ancient power station of sorts, an energetic hub that distributed or transformed natural energy. The massive stones, arranged in precise alignment, could function as conductors or amplifiers. The use of specific materials, quartz for piezoelectricity, limestone for conductivity, granite for magnetism, suggests intentional engineering choices. Similar combinations appear in the pyramids of Egypt and the megaliths of South America, hinting at a shared technological understanding across distant civilizations. If these sites were nodes in a global network, Baalbek may have been one of the largest and most powerful among them. Of course, mainstream science remains skeptical. Geologists argue that the electromagnetic anomalies are natural, caused by mineral composition and tectonic friction. Archaeologists warn against projecting modern electrical concepts onto ancient builders. And yet, the patterns persist. Baalbek's readings are too structured, too regular, to be dismissed as random geology. Even skeptics admit that the site emits unusual frequencies, though they hesitate to assign meaning to them. But those who have stood within its boundaries, sensitive to subtle energies, describe sensations of vibration to the feet, a low hum in the ears, and a sense of connection that transcends explanation. It is as if the ground itself remembers its purpose, waiting for someone who can understand its language again. As the scene unfolds, the camera moves slowly across the stone surfaces, pausing on faint metallic glimmers within the rock. The narrator's voice grows softer, almost hypnotic. What if the ancients were not only architects but engineers of energy? What if they could read the earth the way we read blueprints, knowing where power slept beneath the soil? The image cuts to a thermal scan of the site, showing heat signatures that pulse in rhythmic intervals. The voice continues. Perhaps Baalbek was never just a temple. It was a machine, a conductor between worlds, still humming quietly after all these millennia. At dusk, the air over the Baalbek Valley shimmers with heat. Birds wheel overhead, and the shadows of the trilithons stretch like the fingers of a giant across the earth. The stones seem to glow faintly as the sunlight fades, their surfaces retaining warmth as though drawing power from the day. In that moment, it is easy to believe the old legends, that this was once a place where gods ascended in fire and light. But maybe those gods were not supernatural at all. Maybe they were masters of a science so advanced that we have only begun to glimpse its edge. The magnetic mystery of Baalbek may not just be a geological curiosity. It may be the last trace of an ancient technology that understood the heartbeat of the earth itself. Long before the Romans carved their marble columns or erected their imperial altars, something else stood at Baalbek. Something older, stranger, and more enduring. Beneath the layers of classical architecture lies a platform so massive and precise that even the most ambitious Roman engineers would have hesitated to attempt it. This realization leads to a chilling question. If the Romans did not build a foundation, then who did? The answer may lie in the lost civilizations of the Levant and Mesopotamia, those who walked the earth before history began to be written. To understand Baalbek's true origin, we must travel backward to the fog of time, to an era when myth and history were one. Before the rise of Rome, the Baalbek Valley was a crossroad of empires and mythic memory. The Canaanites and Phoenicians inhabited this region for millennia, building cities, temples, and altars to their pantheon of sky gods. To them, Baal was not a concept or a symbol. It was a living presence, a power that controlled thunder, fertility, and the cycles of life. They named the place Baalbek, the dwelling of Baal, and treated it as sacred ground. Archaeological traces suggest that long before Roman stone touched the site, earlier temples once stood here. Their remains now buried beneath the colossal foundations. But even these ruins sit atop something deeper still, something that predates the earliest Canaanite settlements. It is as if generation after generation discovered the same hilltop and felt compelled to build upon it, drawn by forces they could not fully explain. The earliest known settlers in the region may have been descendants of the mysterious Proto-Semitic tribes who migrated from Mesopotamia, bringing with them stories of gods who came from the heavens. Their myths are strikingly similar to those of the Sumerians, who spoke of the Anunnaki, divine beings who descended to earth to rule and teach humanity. In their stories, the gods built cities where the heavens touched the earth, using immense stones as platforms for their heavenly craft. The Sumerians placed these tales in Eridu and Nippur, but the same mythic pattern echoes in Baalbek. Could it be that these early peoples were remembering a shared origin, the same builders under different names? The Phoenicians, masters of the sea and traders of knowledge, were known for adopting and adapting older traditions. They inherited the worship of Baal from the Canaanites and built their own temples to him along the coastlines of Tyre, Byblos, and Sidon. Their architecture favored megalithic bases, just like Baalbek's, suggesting continuity from a pre-Roman and possibly pre-Bronze Age era. Some of their ruins show the same seamless stonework, the kind that modern masons struggle to replicate. The implication is startling. The techniques used at Baalbek may not have been invented by any known civilization, but preserved by one culture after another, like fragments of long-forgotten manual passed down through the ages. When the Romans arrived in the 1st century BCE, they found an ancient sanctuary already standing on this plateau. They claimed it for their own gods, renaming it Heliopolis, the city of the sun, and dedicating it to Jupiter, their king of heaven. But the Romans, for all their engineering genius, never attempted to move the largest stones of the foundation. They built atop them, not from them, acknowledging a mystery they could not solve. Ancient Roman historians themselves wrote little about how Baalbek's platform came to be. Vitruvius, the great Roman architect, described many temples across the empire, yet never mentioned Baalbek's foundations. It is as if the Romans preferred to ignore the unsettling truth that the structure they revered was not their creation at all. Some scholars argue that the site was originally Phoenician, others claim it was Assyrian, and a few propose it was even Sumerian in origin. But none of these attributions fully explain the engineering. The scale of the foundation exceeds anything known from those cultures. In Mesopotamia, ziggurats, the towering temples of the gods, were built from mud brick and smaller stones, not 1,000-ton megaliths. The Egyptians, too, used massive blocks for their pyramids, but even those pale in comparison to the trilithon at Baalbek. The sheer magnitude of the stones and the precision of their placement defy all known parallels. Whoever built the lower platform was operating on a level of architectural sophistication that vanished long before the rise of written history. Geological analysis of the foundation reveals further anomalies. The megaliths of the trilithon are composed of a specific type of limestone found only in nearby quarries, but the cuts are so clean that they appear melted, not carved. This has led some researchers to speculate that the builders might have used a technique involving heat or sonic vibration to shape and transport the stones. Similar patterns are found in ancient ruins across the world, at Pumapunku in Bolivia, at Sacsayhuaman in Peru, and at Giza in Egypt, where it appears as if the rock itself had been softened or fused into place. If Baalbek's builders possessed such knowledge, it would explain not only their precision, but their ability to work with materials on a scale that modern humanity can barely imagine. The idea that the pre-Roman builders inherited lost knowledge is reinforced by mythic references. In early Semitic texts, Baalbek is described as a ladder between heaven and earth, a place where messengers of the gods descended. Some believe this could be a poetic memory of a real event, perhaps a landing site, a beacon, or a center of communication. The alignment of the site with celestial bodies supports this theory. The temple complex is oriented toward the rising sun during the summer solstice, a design feature common in structures used for astronomical observation. This implies that the original builders were astronomer-engineers, using the heavens as their blueprint. There is also evidence that Baalbek was part of a larger network of ancient sites. When the distances between Baalbek, Giza, and other megalithic centers are plotted on a global map, geometric patterns emerge. The alignments are too precise to be coincidence. Some researchers suggest that these sites form a web of energy centers, each built upon natural nodes of geomagnetic power. The builders may have understood the Earth's energy grid long before modern science, positioning their monuments to harness and balance these forces. Baalbek's foundation, then, was not merely a base for temples. It was an anchor in the planet's energetic architecture. As the camera sweeps across the plateau, the narrator's voice grows hushed. The Romans built temples to gods they could see, he says, but those who came before built for gods they could feel. Beneath the ruins lies a story written not in text, but but in stone, a story that spans millennia and civilizations, connecting the myths of the Phoenicians, the geometry of the Sumerians, and the precision of builders who left no name. The final image lingers on the trilithon under the moonlight, its colossal stones glowing softly, their edges as sharp as the day they were laid. The voice continues, almost like a whisper carried by the night wind. Before Rome, before Babylon, before memory itself, the first builders raised this place. They may have been human, or they may have been something more, but their mark remains, and every civilization that came after only walked in their shadow. When ancient people told stories about gods descending from the heavens, they were describing more than myth. They were encoding memories. The connection between Baalbek and the Sumerians brings that possibility to life. The Sumerians called their sky beings the Anunnaki, those who came from the heavens to the earth. In tablets carved long before the Roman Empire, they described these beings building vast cities, teaching humans agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy. In some of those writings, the Anunnaki were said to have used landing platforms, massive platforms of stone where their fiery chariots touched down. The resemblance to the Great Terrace of Baalbek is almost eerie. The Sumerians placed their stories in Mesopotamia, but the ancient trade routes connecting the two regions meant that ideas and people traveled easily between the Tigris-Euphrates basin and the Levant. When Sumerian scribes spoke of the Eker, the great mountain temple built by the gods, its description matches Baalbek's towering platform and celestial orientation more than any Mesopotamian ziggurat. In Lebanon, the legend of Baal and his heavenly companions may be a local reflection of the same mythic reality. If the Anunnaki were real, whether gods, visitors, or advanced humans, Baalbek could have been one of their bases, a western outpost of a civilization that spanned the ancient world. Carved tablets from Sumer speak of kings who ruled for tens of thousands of years before the flood. Those rulers, according to the text, were descended from the sky beings themselves. They built monumental platforms and observatories to watch the heavens. When the flood came, their cities were destroyed, but some of the places of the gods survived. Baalbek stones, buried and forgotten until later peoples rediscovered them, could easily have been among those survivors. The Canaanites may have found the ruins and reinterpreted them through their own gods. The Romans, centuries later, simply added their temples to a foundation whose purpose they could not fathom. In the midst of Baal, the thunder god rides a chariot of fire drawn by winged beings. In Sumerian myth, Enlil or Ninurta commands boats of the sky that shine like the sun. Across thousands of years and dozens of languages, the imagery repeats. Beings of the heavens descend in brilliant light, their vehicles roaring like thunder. To modern eyes, the description sounds strikingly technological, machines perhaps mistaken for divine apparitions. The notion of Baalbek as a landing platform seems less outlandish when seen through this lens. The enormous flat terrace, the reinforced base, the magnetic anomalies, these features fit the needs of a structure designed to absorb immense weight and energy. Even the scale of Baalbek seems deliberate, as though meant for beings larger or stronger than ordinary humans. The steps are tall, the thresholds enormous, the platform vast enough to host objects the size of modern aircraft. Legend from the region insists that the site was built by giants under command of the gods. The Bible itself mentions the Nephilim, offspring of divine beings and humans, said to have lived before the flood. Could the giants of Baalbek and the Anunnaki of Sumer be memories of the same entities, beings of extraordinary stature and ability who left behind structures too large for their human successors to comprehend? Archaeological evidence, though limited, hints at deep connections. The earliest levels of Mesopotamian cities like Uruk and Eridu share similar megalithic foundations, though on a smaller scale. In both regions, sacred architecture mirrors celestial patterns, particularly the path of Venus and the sun. The Sumerians viewed Venus as the star of Inanna, the goddess who traveled between worlds. At Baalbek, the temples align not only with solar points, but also with Venus's rising and setting positions, suggesting continuity of worship and astronomical observation. It is as if the knowledge carried westward from Sumer found its final and grandest expression in the stones of Baalbek. When we study the myths more closely, another pattern emerges. The gods did not simply rule from heaven. They interacted directly with the earth through specific locations. These meeting places were often mountaintops or high plateaus. Baalbek's elevation above the surrounding plain, its commanding view of the horizon, and its orientation toward the rising sun fit this sacred pattern perfectly. It was, in every sense, a place between worlds. In this interpretation, the Anunnaki were not abstract deities but custodians of technology, guardians of knowledge who used such sites for purposes beyond ritual, perhaps communication, transport, or even energy transfer. Critics argue that drawing parallels between Sumerian mythology and Baalbek stretches evidence beyond reason. Yet the persistence of shared symbols, the winged disk, the descending god, the mountain of meeting, suggests that something tangible lies beneath the myths. Ancient people may have been recording encounters in the only language available to them, metaphor. If the Anunnaki or their analogs once walked the earth, their presence would have been preserved not in books or machines, but in stone. The megalithic terrace of Baalbek, carved to last for eternity, could be their most enduring message. Imagine the scene thousands of years ago. The sun setting over the valley, the horizon glowing red. The massive platform gleams like polished metal under the fading light. Figures stand atop it, their shadows long and alien. From the heavens a roar, wind, fire, brilliance, and a chariot of flame descends. The watchers below fall to their knees, convinced they are in the presence of gods. To them, this was a miracle. To the builders, it was routine. In that single vision, myth and technology merge into one. As the film camera pans across the night sky above Baalbek, constellations shimmer where they once might have served as navigation points for the sky beings. The narrator's voice lowers to a whisper. From Sumer to Lebanon, from the plains of Shinar to the mountains of the Levant, the same story echoes across time. Beings of wisdom descended, built in stone, and vanished. They left behind their platforms, their temples, their codes of geometry, and the memory of their return. The wind rises, whistling softly through the ruins. Perhaps Baalbek is not just a temple. Perhaps it is a monument waiting for the builders to come home. Night falls gently over the Beka Valley, and the ruins of Baalbek transform under the stars. What was once a field of broken columns and ancient stones becomes something else entirely, a cosmic stage. The air cools, the sky deepens, and one by one, constellations awaken above the horizon. It is in this silence that the true secret of Baalbek begins to whisper. For all its architectural perfection and colossal stones, the real mystery may lie not in what is beneath the structure, but in what is above it. The builders of Baalbek, whoever they were, seemed to understand the heavens with precision that modern astronomers find astonishing. Every angle, every line, every placement of stone appears to be in dialogue with the cosmos itself. This was not a temple built randomly on a hill. It was a map of the sky etched into the earth. When we look closely at the layout of Baalbek, patterns begin to emerge. The platform's orientation aligns almost perfectly with the cardinal directions, a feat that would have required astronomical observation and advanced geometry. The main axis of the Temple of Jupiter points toward the rising sun during the summer solstice, when daylight reaches its longest span of the year. Such precision cannot be accidental. The builders were not simply stacking stones. They were creating a terrestrial reflection of celestial order. The temple, in this sense, functioned as both observatory and altar, linking the movement of the stars to the cycles of life below. Some researchers believe Baalbek's layout mirrors specific constellations visible during its earliest period of use. When the stars of Orion and Leo rise over the horizon in midsummer, they appear directly above the temple's central axis. These constellations held immense symbolic significance in ancient cultures. Orion represented Osiris, the god of rebirth, while Leo was associated with the solar deity and royal power. Together they symbolize resurrection and divine kingship. By aligning their temple with these constellations, Baalbek's builders may have been encoding their understanding of cosmic cycles, the eternal dance of death and rebirth, heaven and earth. Further studies reveal that the ratio of distances between the temples of Jupiter, Bacchus, and Venus corresponds closely to the orbital ratios of Earth, Venus, and Jupiter themselves. This could be coincidence, yet it fits a recurring pattern found at other ancient sites. The pyramids of Giza reflect the stars of Orion's belt. Stonehenge encodes lunar and solar alignments. Machu Picchu aligns with the Pleiades. These monuments, scattered across the planet, appear to form a global language of stone, a language that speaks not of conquest or politics, but of the cosmos. Baalbek is part of that dialogue, perhaps even one of its central voices. The connection between the temple and the stars extends beyond geometry. Ancient texts from the region describe Baalbek as a place where the heavens were measured and the stars were read. This language suggests that the site functioned as an astronomical or astrological observatory long before the Romans arrived. The high platform provided a clear, unobstructed view of the night sky, making it ideal for tracking celestial movements. The builders may have used a horizon silhouette to mark the rising and setting of key stars, constructing their temples accordingly. By doing so, they transformed Baalbek into a living calendar capable of marking solstices, equinoxes, and even long-term precessional shifts. One particularly fascinating discovery comes from the alignment of Baalbek's side chambers. When viewed at specific times of the year, sunlight passes through the doorways and strikes precise points on the inner walls, points that correspond to stellar positions thousands of years ago. This means that the builders understood the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis, long before it was officially documented by Greek astronomers. The implication is staggering. Whoever designed Baalbek possessed not only observational skill, but also mathematical understanding of celestial mechanics, knowledge that would not be rediscovered until modern times. Even the name Heliopolis, given to Baalbek by the Romans, hints at its solar function. City of the Sun, they called it, perhaps intuitively recognizing its alignment with solar patterns. But this may have been an echo of something much older. In the midst of the Levant, Baal himself was a solar deity, the god who rode across the heavens in a chariot of fire. His descent and ascent through the sky mirrored the sun's daily journey, symbolizing the eternal cycle of life and light. The Romans may have built their temple to Jupiter, but in truth, they were continuing a much older tradition, honoring the same celestial power under a different name. The alignment of Baalbek structures also connects with deeper, more esoteric meanings. Some ancient philosophies viewed architecture as a way to harmonize with the universe. The proportions of temples were meant to resonate with the same mathematical laws that govern the motion of planets and stars. The golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, and other sacred geometries appear repeatedly in the dimensions of Baalbek stones. The builders were not just constructing a temple. They were recreating the harmony of the cosmos in stone. Standing within its ruins, one can still sense that order, a faint but undeniable feeling that everything fits, everything sings in silent balance. Even today, visitors who spend the night near Baalbek often describe strange experiences. Some feel a low vibration beneath their feet, as if the earth itself hums in response to the stars above. Others report flashes of light or a sense of electric energy in the air when certain constellations rise over the horizon. Scientists attribute these sensations to atmospheric or magnetic effects, but the consistency of such reports across decades invites curiosity. Perhaps the ancient builders designed Baalbek to amplify natural energy fields, creating a resonance between earth and sky. If that were the case, the site would not merely symbolize the cosmos, it would interact with it. As the narrator speaks, the camera pulls back, rising above the ruins until the stones below resemble constellations themselves. From this vantage, the temples form patterns that mirror the sky, a reflection of heaven laid upon the earth. The voice continues softly. The builders of Baalbek were not only stonemasons but astronomers, mathematicians, and philosophers. They saw the stars not as distant lights, but as a living pulse of the universe. In their temples, they captured that rhythm, freezing eternity in stone. The scene fades into the night sky, where shooting stars streak across the darkness. The narrator's voice concludes the section with quiet reverence. We build skyscrapers for power, monuments for pride. But the ancients built for the stars, for alignment, for resonance, for remembrance. Baalbek was their message to the heavens, and their inheritance to us. Look closely, and you may see that message still shining above, because the stones of Baalbek do not point to the past. They point homeward to the sky. Across the surface of the earth, scattered like fragments of forgotten map, lie monuments that seem to speak to one another across oceans and millennia. Baalbek is one of them, a solitary giant in Lebanon that somehow echoes the mysteries of Giza, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, Teotihuacan, and Pumapunku. To the casual observer, these places appear unrelated. Different cultures, different continents, different epochs. Yet to those who study their geometry, orientation, and craftsmanship, a hidden thread emerges, an ancient network that seems to unite them all. This is not a coincidence of architecture, but a pattern of intention. The precision of Baalbek is mirrored by the precision of other megalithic sites, suggesting that the same guiding hand, or the same knowledge, may have touched them all. When seen from above, the layout of Baalbek reveals a mathematical perfection that would be instantly recognizable to the builders of Egypt's pyramids. Both share alignments to the cardinal directions and key celestial events, as if designed from the same cosmic blueprint. The distance between Baalbek and the Great Pyramid of Giza even forms an arc that fits precisely into a grid of ancient ley lines, those invisible pathways of energy that many believe once connected sacred sites around the world. Some researchers have mapped these lines and found that Baalbek lies on one of the strongest intersections, connecting directly to Giza, Jerusalem, and even Mount Sinai. Could it be that the ancient builders understood the earth as a living organism, its energy flowing through invisible veins, and that they placed their monuments to harness or balance this planetary force? The resemblance between the megalithic techniques at Baalbek and those at other far-flung sites is uncanny. In Peru, the walls of Sacsayhuaman are composed of stones cut and fitted with the same polygonal precision seen in Baalbek's foundation, stones that lock together like a three-dimensional puzzle, needing no mortar, impervious to time and earthquakes. In Bolivia, at Pumapunku, immense andesite blocks display machine-level precision, their interlocking joints almost identical in design to those of Baalbek. How could civilizations separated by oceans, with no known contact, have achieved the same architectural solutions? The conventional explanation, that these similarities are coincidences born of practical necessity, feels increasingly hollow. The alternative is more astonishing, that these sites are remnants of a single global civilization whose knowledge was fragmented by cataclysm and scattered across the world. Even the scale of construction follows a consistent logic. The Chulthan stones at Baalbek weigh up to 800 tons. The largest blocks at Giza weigh 70. The stones of Ollantaytambo in Peru reach 300. Everywhere we look, the oldest structures are also the largest, as if humanity began with mastery and has been forgetting ever since. Later builders, Egyptians, Romans, Incas, built smaller and less precise additions atop earlier foundations. It's as though they inherited ruins from a previous epoch, venerating them as sacred, but never quite understanding how they were made. This pattern repeats from the Andes to the Himalayas. The deeper you dig, the older and more sophisticated the architecture becomes. Scholars who study sacred geometry have noted that these sites share not just design principles, but also proportions. The ratio of Baalbek's main platform corresponds closely to the same ratios used in the Great Pyramid's base and Stonehenge's inner circle. All encode the golden mean, a mathematical constant found in everything from atomic structures to spiral galaxies. To the ancients, this was not coincidence. It was a fingerprint of creation itself. They built in harmony with these divine numbers, believing that by doing so they were aligning human structures with the laws of the cosmos. Baalbek's builders, like those of Egypt and Britain, seem to have known this principle intimately. The proportions of their temples were not arbitrary. They were equations written in stone. Even more compelling are the global alignments. When plotted on a globe, a great circle connects Baalbek with other megalithic wonders. Giza, Petra, Mohenjo-Daro, Easter Island, and Angkor Wat, all lying roughly along a single longitudinal line that divides the Earth into equal energetic halves. This alignment, some researchers argue, cannot be coincidence. It suggests a coordinated understanding of planetary geometry, a kind of global mapping system that predates all known cartography. The builders of these monuments may have known the precise curvature and dimensions of the Earth long before modern science rediscovered them. If this is true, it means that a civilization capable of global communication, or at least shared mathematical knowledge, existed long before history acknowledges its possibility. Cultural myths from every corner of the world support this vision of an interconnected age. The Egyptians spoke of Zep Tepi the first time, when gods walked the earth and taught humanity the arts of civilization. The Sumerians told of the Anunnaki, celestial beings who founded their cities. The Andean peoples remembered Viracocha, the bearded god who arrived from the sea to bring knowledge and peace. The Polynesians had Kanala. The Mayans had Kukulkan. Though the names change, the story remains the same. Luminous beings descended from the heavens, built mighty stone structures, and vanished, promising to return. Baalbek's legends fit perfectly into this mosaic. It was, according to its earliest myths, a city raised by the gods themselves. Skeptics argue that these similarities are products of human imagination, that different cultures simply develop comparable techniques by chance. Yet such arguments underestimate the precision of the alignments and the consistency of the mythic record. Human imagination may be infinite, but coincidence has limits. When identical building methods, identical measurements, and identical myths appear across thousands of miles and thousands of years, one begins to suspect it was once a single story, a story now fractured into 1,000 versions of the same truth. From an engineering standpoint, Baalbek could represent the apex of this lost network, a keystone in the architecture of the ancient world. Its immense stones, electromagnetic anomalies, and cosmic alignments suggest it was designed not just as a temple, but as a node in a planetary grid. Some theorists propose that these megalithic sites acted as energy transceivers, gathering telluric currents from the Earth and transmitting them to the atmosphere, possibly even communicating with each other through resonant frequencies. In this sense, Baalbek may have functioned like a power station or a transmitter within an ancient global system, one that humanity has forgotten how to read. As the documentary's lens drifts from Baalbek's monolithic stones to satellite imagery of the globe, glowing lines connect the ancient sites like constellations on the Earth's surface. The narrator's voice grows low, deliberate, and filled with wonder. From Lebanon to Egypt, from Peru to Easter Island, the stones speak the same language, the language of geometry, energy, and balance. These were not isolated achievements of primitive tribes. They were chapters of one great design. Baalbek was not a miracle born in isolation. It was a verse in the planet's oldest song. The camera pulls back further, until Earth itself floats in space, its continents marked with the faint patterns of ancient ruins. The voice continues. Perhaps the builders of Baalbek were part of a global order, priests, scientists, or travelers who once united the world through knowledge now lost. If so, then our modern civilization is not their descendant, but their echo. Their message still lies beneath our feet, connecting the past to the stars. As the music swells and the stars fade into dawn, the ruins of Baalbek return to view, silent, unyielding, and eternal. The voice concludes with quiet gravity. We call them myths. We call them mysteries. But perhaps they were blueprints, signs that long ago humanity was part of something greater, something cosmic. And Baalbek, standing proud against time, is proof that the earth itself once sang in harmony with the heavens. Archaeology, like any human institution, has boundaries, lines drawn not only by science but by comfort, politics, and belief. When a discovery fits within the accepted story of civilization, it is celebrated. When it does not, it is quietly dismissed, labeled curiosity or an anomaly. Baalbek, with its impossible stones and mathematical perfection, belongs to the latter category. It is a monument that should not exist according to conventional timelines, yet it stands immovable, undeniable. And so, rather than reframe history, much of academia has chosen to look away. This is a quiet heart of what many call forbidden archaeology, the study of evidence that challenges what we think we know about the ancient world. The history of archaeology is filled with such silences. In the 19th century, when explorers first documented Baalbek's massive foundations, their reports were met with disbelief. Early researchers measured the trilithon stones and found them far larger than any known Roman construction. Yet instead of investigating further, institutions of the time downplayed the findings, insisting that the Romans must have used simple mechanical methods. No records of experiments or serious inquiries were ever pursued. Even now, the topic of Baalbek's true origins receives little attention in mainstream academic journals. It's not that the evidence doesn't exist. It's that it doesn't fit. The politics of archaeology can be as heavy as the stones themselves. Universities and governments depend on funding, and funding flows towards stability, not disruption. To admit that Baalbek might predate all known civilizations would unravel the accepted timeline of human development. It would mean that a forgotten people, or something beyond human, once possessed knowledge superior to ours. Such an admission threatens more than textbooks. It challenges the core of human identity. And so the easier path is taken, to label the unexplainable as myth, to bury questions beneath bureaucracy. Even those who dare to ask the forbidden questions find themselves marginalized. Independent researchers, engineers, and explorers who point out inconsistencies in the Roman explanation are often dismissed as pseudo-archaeologists. The term has become a convenient weapon to silence dissent. Yet history shows that yesterday's heresy is often tomorrow's truth. The idea of a round earth was once heresy. So was the notion that humans evolved over millions of years. Each breakthrough began with someone refusing to accept what the authorities insisted was impossible. Baalbek may represent the next such frontier, a puzzle that will force humanity to rewrite its own story. Some of the most intriguing clues come not from professional excavations, but from suppressed field notes and lost photographs. Reports from early 20th century archaeologists mention underground chambers and sealed tunnels beneath the main platform, discoveries that were never publicized and may have been reburied. If true, these passages could contain artifacts or inscriptions that reveal the site's true builders. Yet for reasons unexplained, excavation permissions for these areas have remained restricted for decades. Officially, it's for preservation. Unofficially, many believe that deeper exploration might expose something history is not ready to face. Similar patterns have emerged at other megalithic sites. In Egypt, excavations that contradicted the official age of the Sphinx were halted. In Peru, ancient tunnels beneath Cusco remain closed to public access. At Baalbek, local rumors persist of metallic objects and geometric carvings found in sealed vaults, objects allegedly confiscated or relocated to museums, never seen again. Whether these stories are truth or folklore, they reflect a recurring theme. Knowledge that challenges accepted paradigms tends to vanish. What we are left with are fragments, whispers, and the monuments themselves, the only testimony that cannot be erased. The reluctance to engage with Baalbek's mystery is not purely scientific. It is psychological. Modern society prides itself on progress, on being the pinnacle of human achievement. To admit that an unknown civilization once accomplished what we cannot would shatter that illusion. It would mean that our ancestors, or beings we mistaken for gods, were more advanced than we are. It would imply that history is not a straight line from primitive to modern, but a circle of rise and collapse. And within that circle, we may not be the first nor the greatest civilization to walk this earth. There are whispers among some archaeologists, those who speak off the record, that the academic resistance to Baalbek mirrors the Church's resistance to Galileo. The fear is not that the evidence is wrong, but that it might be right. If Baalbek truly predates recorded civilization, it would demand an explanation that bridges archaeology with astronomy, geology, and even physics. It would require us to confront questions that border on the metaphysical. Who were the builders, and where did their knowledge come from? Did it emerge naturally from humanity's forgotten past, or was it gifted from somewhere beyond the stars? As the documentary camera sweeps over dusty archives and locked museum basements, the narrator's tone becomes one of quiet defiance. There is a difference, the voice says, between what is unknown and what is ignored. Baalbek does not hide its truth. It stands in the open, waiting. It is we who choose not to see. Old photographs flash across the screen, grainy images of archaeologists in pith helmets standing atop the Trilotan, the desert stretching endless behind them. Their notes, faded and half-burned, speak of vibrations in the stones, chambers below, and carvings that do not match Roman work. Each clue, if taken seriously, could rewrite the story of civilization, but the pages have been lost, sealed, or dismissed. At the heart of this silence lies a deeper question. Who decides what counts as truth? Archaeology, like all sciences, is built on consensus, but consensus is not always reality. Sometimes it is comfort disguised as fact. The great paradox of forbidden archaeology is that the evidence often sits in plain sight, while the world trains itself not to look. Baalbek's foundations have been studied, photographed, and measured countless times. Yet because they do not conform to the narrative of human progress, they remain an embarrassment to academia rather than its crowning jewel. As the section draws to a close, the tone shifts from outrage to reflection. The camera moves slowly across the silent stones, illuminated by the fading sun. Maybe, the narrator whispers, the truth of Baalbek is not hidden by conspiracies, but by fear. The fear of discovering that we are not the first, that others came before us, and that their knowledge still echoes beneath our feet. The wind rises, stirring the dust like ancient breath, and the image fades to black. When archaeologists describe Baalbek as a Roman site, they usually mean the towering columns of the Temple of Jupiter and the elegant stairways that once drew pilgrims and emperors alike. But underneath that grandeur lies another story, one that refuses to fit neatly into the Roman timeline. It's called the Roman renovation theory, the idea that the Romans did not actually build Baalbek from scratch, but instead built upon something vastly older. This theory, controversial though it may be, has gained momentum among researchers who see clear distinctions between the architecture above and the foundations below. And once those differences are studied side by side, the cracks in the official narrative begin to show. From the air, Baalbek looks like two worlds welded together. The upper ruins, Roman columns, arches, and courtyards reflect artistry, balance, and beauty. The lower platform, on the other hand, looks industrial, almost mathematical. It is a fortress of titanic stones, placed not for decoration, but for power and permanence. The Romans, who left inscriptions and detailed accounts of their great works across the empire, left nothing describing how these foundation blocks were made or positioned. This silence is the first red flag. Rome was a civilization of chroniclers. Engineers wrote manuals. Historians recorded every conquest. Yet for Baalbek, their alleged masterpiece, there are no records of its construction, no mention of the colossal trilithon, and no technical explanation of how such a structure came to be. If the Romans had indeed built the entire complex, the evidence of their methods should be obvious. Roman architecture elsewhere shows certain signatures: the use of concrete and mortar, iron clamps binding stone blocks, standardized measurements. At Baalbek's lowest levels, none of these are present. Instead, the stones are fitted with precision so tight that even modern engineers marvel at it. The joins are seamless, the corners immaculate. It's as if the Romans were building atop an alien logic, a foundation so far beyond their methods that they could only mimic its grandeur above ground. The contrast is striking. Below, megalithic perfection; above, Roman decoration. Even the choice of materials reveals two different minds at work. The foundation blocks of Baalbek are quarried limestone, cut and shaped to endure millennia without mortar. The Roman structures above use a lighter type of stone, arranged more decoratively than structurally. This suggests that the Romans were not the original builders but renovators, artists repainting an ancient masterpiece whose original purpose they no longer understood. Perhaps they viewed the massive platform as a gift from the gods, a ready-made foundation that conferred divine legitimacy upon their empire. By building their temple to Jupiter atop the ancient platform, they claimed ownership over something that had already stood as sacred for thousands of years. Archaeologists defending the Roman explanation argue that Baalbek's massive stones could have been moved using rollers, cranes, and human labor. But this argument falters when one examines the logistics. Even the most advanced Roman cranes could lift at most 50 tons, and the trilithon stones weigh more than 800. The terrain around Baalbek, uneven and sloped, would have made dragging them nearly impossible. Modern engineers with access to steel cables and diesel engines have admitted that reproducing such feats today would be extraordinarily difficult. The Romans, no matter how ingenious, simply did not possess the necessary machinery or technology. The foundation was already there, ancient, mysterious, and perfect. Historical context adds further weight to the renovation theory. When Roman legions entered the region, they often built atop existing sacred sites rather than creating new ones. The Pantheon in Rome replaced an earlier temple. Many European cathedrals rest upon ancient pagan sanctuaries. It was a pattern born of practicality and politics. By appropriating older sacred spaces, conquerors gained legitimacy and continuity. Baalbek, already a place of reverence for the Phoenicians and Canaanites, would have been an irresistible choice. The Romans renamed it Heliopolis, the city of the sun, merging their god Jupiter with Baal, the ancient sky lord of the region. But while they rebranded the site, they did not and could not rebuild its foundation. Some scholars believe that even the Romans themselves may have been mystified by what they found. Inscriptions from later periods describe the site as a gift from the ancients, and local legends that survived into the early Christian era spoke of giants who raised the stones before the flood. It's possible that Roman engineers studied the platform, perhaps even took pride in building upon it, without ever knowing who the true builders were. The Roman renovation then becomes an act of homage, an attempt to graft their civilization onto roots of a much older one. Geological studies lend quiet support to this idea. The weathering patterns on the Trilithon stones show erosion far older than the Roman period, possibly by thousands of years. The lower stones bear scars of time that the upper sections do not. Their surfaces are smoother, more aged, suggesting exposure to the elements long before Roman construction began. This points to an earlier epoch of building, one erased by disaster or time, upon which the Romans later imposed their own vision of grandeur. The question that remains is, who built the platform that so fascinated the Romans? Some point to the Phoenicians, others to a pre-Diluvian civilization lost in myth. If the Romans inherited the site, the chain of inheritance may stretch back beyond recorded history, linking Baalbek to the same builders responsible for great megaliths of the world. Each layer of civilization has left its mark. Phoenician altars, Roman temples, Arab fortifications, but the foundation remains unchanged. It is a constant in a story of perpetual transformation, an enigma immune to conquest. As the documentary camera pans across the ruins, the narration slows, its tone contemplative. The Romans built many wonders, the voice says, but Baalbek may not have been one of them. Not truly. They found it waiting, a throne of stone raised to heavens, and they crowned it with their empire's pride. Yet beneath their columns still beats the heart of an older world. The image lingers on the Trilithon, bathed in the orange light of sunset, its edges glowing like molten gold. Perhaps, the narrator continues, the Romans did not build upon stone, but upon memory, upon a legacy so ancient that even they, the masters of the world, stood in awe of it. The section ends with a slow pullback, showing the juxtaposition of Roman artistry and megalithic power. The narrator's final words hang in the air like prophecy. History tells us that Rome conquered the world, but at Baalbek, it may be that the world conquered Rome through a mystery too old, too vast, and too perfect to ever belong to men. Across the face of Baalbek's ancient stones, the marks of an intelligence lost to time seem to shimmer just below the surface. Every angle, every line, every proportion suggests that this place was not built by accident, but by design, precise, deliberate, mathematical. The deeper archaeologists and engineers study its geometry, the more it appears that Baalbek was not merely a temple or fortress, but a blueprint, a coded diagram carved in stone. It is as if the builders followed a plan based not on superstition, but on principles that mirror the structure of the universe itself. Some researchers have begun to call this the sacred engineering of Baalbek, the idea that its stones embody mathematical and geometric laws that once governed an ancient science now lost to humanity. When you stand atop the platform and look across its colossal expanse, the first impression is sheer scale. But hidden within that scale is symmetry so refined that it borders on perfection. The distances between the foundation stones follow repeating ratios found in nature and art, the same proportions that appear in the spiral of a seashell, the curve of a galaxy, the dimensions of the Great Pyramid, and even proportions of a human body. This universal constant, known as the golden ratio or phi 1 618, has fascinated mathematicians and mystics alike. In Baalbek, that same ratio seems to guide the layout of the foundation, the placement of columns, and even the staircases leading to the temple's upper terraces. The builders, it seems, were not merely stacking stone. They were composing harmony in 3 dimensions. Such harmony is the signature of sacred geometry, the belief that creation itself follows mathematical order. In this view, architecture is not just shelter. It is a reflection of the divine. By replicating the ratios and angles found in the cosmos, ancient builders believed they could create a bridge between the earthly and the celestial. The Romans understood parts of this philosophy, drawing upon Greek and Egyptian traditions. But Baalbek's geometry reaches deeper, older, and far more precise. The accuracy of its measurements suggests not trial and error, but a knowledge of advanced mathematics, perhaps trigonometry and surveying techniques that predate known civilizations by millennia. Some theorists propose that Baalbek's design was based on an ancient system of architectural harmonics, in which sound frequencies corresponded to physical measurements. In this system, each dimension of the structure, height, width, depth, was chosen to resonate with a specific frequency of vibration, creating an energetic balance between matter and sound. If true, the entire platform could have functioned like a massive resonator, amplifying vibrations in the earth or the air. Modern experiments with acoustic mapping have shown that certain areas of Baalbek amplify sound in unique ways, as though the structure were tuned. To ancient architects, sound and geometry were two sides of the same coin, the language of creation. Another striking feature of Baalbek's design is its alignment with celestial geometry. The entire complex faces precisely east, oriented toward the rising sun during the summer solstice. But more intriguingly, the ratios between the main structures correspond to angular separations of key stars in the constellation Leo. This pattern mirrors a similar alignment found in Giza, where the pyramids reflect Orion's belt. These parallels suggest a shared understanding of astronomical geometry that transcended distance and culture. If Baalbek's builders were part of a global network of ancient scientists, their work represents an advanced grasp of spatial mapping, what we might today call geodesy, the science of measuring the Earth. Geodesy requires knowledge of the planet's curvature, latitude, and even gravitational variation, concept that modern science rediscovered only in recent centuries. Yet Baalbek's proportions, when projected onto a globe, align perfectly with equidistant latitudinal markers that connected to other ancient sites. Could this mean that its builders not only understood the shape of the Earth, but also designed the site to correspond with it? The implication is staggering. Baalbek may not have been a local construction project, but part of a planetary design, an ancient network based on energy, geometry, and celestial correspondence. Even the smallest details of the architecture reflect hidden mathematical codes. For instance, the staircases leading to the Temple of Jupiter have steps whose rise and run correspond to a rhythm that matches a human gait when walking at a specific tempo, an architectural symphony meant to guide movement through resonance. The temple's columns, though colossal, are arranged in groupings that form numerical sequences found in the Fibonacci pattern. The ancients may have believed that by moving within the proportions, visitors would experience a sense of balance, both physically and spiritually. In this sense, Baalbek was not merely a place of worship, but a kind of energy instrument, a stone symphony designed to harmonize the human body with the geometry of the universe. Hidden geometry also appears in the relationship between Baalbek's upper and lower levels. The ratio between the height of the columns and the depth of the foundation follows a mathematical principle later rediscovered by Vitruvius and Da Vinci, the idea that beauty and stability arise from proportion. But in Baalbek, this idea existed centuries, perhaps millennia, before either man was born. The builders encoded their understanding of balance, weight distribution, and symmetry in every aspect of the construction. Some engineers who have studied the site suspect that the proportions were not just aesthetic but functional, designed to distribute pressure evenly through the megalithic blocks, creating a structure capable of withstanding earthquakes and erosion for eternity. And yet, the precision raises another question. Where did this knowledge come from? If we accept the possibility that Baalbek's foundations predate Rome by thousands of years, then its builders possess mathematical and scientific understanding that humanity was not supposed to have at that time. Did they develop it themselves, or was it inherited from a lost civilization, or perhaps from teachers not of this world? Ancient myths describe gods descending from the sky to teach humans the measures of the heavens. Could Baalbek's geometry be the tangible record of that teaching, a classroom of stone designed to preserve cosmic law long after creators were gone? Theories abound. Some claim the site encodes pi and the speed of light in its dimensions, just as a Great Pyramid does. Others suggest that the proportions of the trilithon correspond to the harmonic intervals of musical notes, turning the structure into a frozen chord in stone. While mainstream science hesitates to entertain such interpretations, The coincidences are too precise to ignore. If the builders intended Baalbek to act as a model of universal design, then its mathematical harmony might not be symbolic at all. It might be functional, serving as a stabilizing mechanism for the Earth's energy grid or as a transmitter of frequencies that once unified temples across the globe. As the documentary's camera glides through the ruins, tracing the outlines of these geometries, the narrator's voice becomes reverent. They measured the heavens and mirrored them in stone. They built not only with hands, but with equations, not only for beauty, but for resonance. In every line of Baalbek lies a formula, in every angle a song. The music rises, a low, harmonic tone that seems to vibrate from the earth itself. The Romans could carve statues, the voice continues, but the ancients carved laws, the very architecture creation. The camera pulls back, revealing the ruins beneath a perfect night sky. The stars above seem to echo the layout below, as though Baalbek were a mirror of the cosmos. The voice fades into silence, leaving one final question to linger in the viewer's mind. If we could decode the geometry of Baalbek completely, if we could read the message carved in its stones, will we discover the blueprint not just of a city, but the universe itself? Underneath the grandeur of Baalbek's visible ruins lies a deeper mystery, one buried in both legend and stone. Local folklore and scattered archaeological surveys speak of chambers and tunnels running beneath the great platform, hidden cavities that have never been fully explored, sealed off by time, politics, and perhaps something more deliberate. These subterranean spaces are the subject of endless speculation. Were they quarries, foundations, or tombs? Or were they something far stranger, vaults built to protect secrets the ancients wanted preserved until humanity was ready to understand them? Whatever they are, they hint that what we see on the surface of Baalbek is only the beginning of the story. When the first archaeologists arrived in the late 19th century, they noticed anomalies in the terrain beneath the main terrace. Ground-penetrating probes and early excavation notes from European expeditions describe hollow sounds when tapping certain sections of the foundation. Later, in the 20th century, limited surveys using seismic instruments confirmed the presence of large underground cavities, some natural, others clearly carved by human hands. The exact dimensions were never officially published, but whispers among researchers spoke of passages extending far beneath the platform, running in straight lines as if engineered according to precise geometric patterns. Local residents have their own stories. Some claim that tunnels beneath the ruins connect Baalbek to the nearby quarry where the colossal stones were cut. Others insist that these tunnels stretch for miles, reaching hidden caverns in the surrounding mountains. According to legend, these underground corridors once housed machines of light, devices that glow without fire and hum softly in the dark. Some old families in the region even claim that their ancestors were forbidden to enter certain caves near the site because of strange magnetic effects and sudden bursts of heat. Over the centuries, earthquakes and landslides sealed most of these entrances, leaving only fragments of those stories behind. Modern researchers have tried to verify these claims using new technology. In the early 2000s, teams from Lebanese and European universities conducted limited ground-penetrating radar surveys. The data, though never widely publicized, showed pockets of empty space beneath the western section of the temple platform. Some appear to be chambers roughly rectangular in shape, too regular to be natural formations. However, due to political instability and fears of structural damage, further excavation was halted. To this day, no official exploration of the subterranean Baalbek has been completed. What lies beneath remains hidden, waiting, like a buried library of stone. If these chambers exist, their purpose becomes the next question. Some believe they were part of the construction process, cutting tunnels to lighten the load or to allow for the placement of the foundation stones. Others argue that they served as ritual spaces, designed to connect initiates with the energies of the earth. Ancient traditions across the world revere the underworld not as a place of death, but of knowledge, a womb of rebirth where seekers encountered hidden truths. Baalbek, with an immense weight pressing down upon these empty spaces, may have been designed as a literal meeting point between the heavens above and the mysteries below. Certain details seem to support this theory. The entire platform of Baalbek rests upon layers of limestone rich in quartz, a mineral known for its piezoelectric properties. its ability to generate electrical charge when compressed. If underground chambers exist beneath these layers, they could have been used to channel or focus the natural energy of the earth. Ancient builders may have understood that sound, vibration, and pressure could transform into power, a concept only rediscovered by modern science thousands of years later. Perhaps those tunnels and cavities acted as resonators, amplifying Earth's subtle vibrations and feeding that energy upward into the temple above. In this way, Baalbek could have functioned as a colossal machine, one that united heaven, earth, and the underworld in a single system of resonance. The mythic symbolism of underground chambers adds another layer of intrigue. In Sumerian and Phoenician mythology, the gods were often said to dwell beneath sacred mountains or within houses of eternity carved below the earth. These were not prisons, but sanctuaries of divine power. Baalbek, sitting atop a raised plateau, might have been modeled after this cosmic architecture. The heavens above, the world of men on the surface, and the divine realm hidden below. The builders may have sought to recreate the structure of the universe itself, embedding in stone the ancient belief that true power lies in balance between the seen and unseen. A few unverified accounts from early explorers describe what they claimed to have seen before portions of the site were sealed. One traveler in the 1890s wrote of vast corridors, their walls polished as if by heat, leading into chambers shaped like the inside an egg. Another mentioned finding a massive stone door covered in geometric carvings, locked shut and impossible to open, though these reports were never corroborated. They continue to appear in obscure journals and letters, fueling theories that Baalbek's underground network may contain not only chambers but artifacts, objects that could prove the site's pre-Roman origins. Some have speculated that these hidden rooms once held tools or machinery used to cut and move the megaliths. Others imagine archives, inscriptions, scrolls, or records containing the lost knowledge of forgotten civilization. And still others suggest something even more extraordinary, that the chambers once held energy sources or technological devices that powered the temples above. If so, they may still exist buried and dormant, their secrets untouched for thousands of years. Could Baalbek's hidden depths contain the key to understanding not just who built it, but how? Even in the absence of physical exploration, there are hints that the ancients intended these underground spaces to remain sealed. In many ancient cultures, sacred knowledge was intentionally buried, locked away until a future age deemed worthy to rediscover it. The priests of Egypt did this with their houses of life. The builders of Göbekli Tepe intentionally buried their own temples to preserve them. Perhaps Baalbek's hidden passages were sealed by their creators, not by time, as an act of deliberate preservation, a message to the future, waiting for the moment when humanity would once again be able to comprehend their design. As the camera descends in slow motion through a digital reconstruction of Baalbek's subterranean layers, the narrator's voice lowers to a whisper. Beneath the stone that defy time, there are hollow spaces, empty yet alive. The ancients said that the earth itself has veins of power and chambers of memory. Maybe what sleeps under Baalbek is not just stone, but knowledge waiting to awaken. The music deepens into a low, resonant tone, echoing like a heartbeat from the Earth's core. The scene ends with the camera panning back to surface, where the monumental stones sit in silence under the blazing sun. We have mapped the stars, the narrator concludes, but we have not yet mapped our own past. Until we dare to uncover what lies beneath Baalbek, we will continue to walk upon the roof of a mystery, one that may change everything we think we know about the world below our feet. There is a theory whispered among the margins of archaeology and spoken aloud only in circles where the impossible is entertained. The idea that Baalbek was once part of an ancient power grid, a global network of energy that connected sacred sites around the world long before modern electricity. To some, this sounds like myth or fantasy, but the deeper one studies the site's geometry, materials, and location, the more the pieces begin to fit. What if the ancients were not worshipping the gods of thunder and light? They were creating them. What if Baalbek was not simply a temple, but a node in an energetic system that once harnessed the forces of the earth itself? The idea begins with the stones. Baalbek's foundation is built primarily of dense limestone mixed with veins of quartz, a mineral that exhibits piezoelectric properties, meaning it can generate electrical charge when subjected to mechanical pressure. When millions of tons of stone rest upon this quartz-rich base, The constant compression from weight and seismic movement would naturally create electric currents. These currents could then travel through the ground like rivers of invisible power. The ancients may not have described this process in scientific terms, but they may have understood it through experience and observation. The location of Baalbek on a major tectonic fault line, coupled with its elevation and alignment, seems too perfect to be chance. It sits where energy naturally concentrates. Ancient builders may have identified such points through observation of magnetic anomalies, atmospheric behavior, or even the growth patterns of plants and crystals. Many sacred sites, from the pyramids of Egypt to Stonehenge, are located on what modern researchers call telluric currents or ley lines, bands of electromagnetic energy that circle the Earth like arteries. Baalbek lies directly on one of these lines, which extends across the Mediterranean and into North Africa. When plotted on a global map, this same line links to other megalithic sites of impossible precision, suggesting that whoever built Baalbek may have been aware of the Earth's natural energy network long before the invention of compasses or maps. To understand how such a power grid might work, we must think not in terms of modern electricity, but of resonance. Energy in the ancient world was seen as vibration, frequency, and harmony, a living force that could be directed and amplified. The layout of Baalbek stones, its alignment with celestial points, and its harmonic geometry all suggest a site designed to interact with frequency. The massive stones themselves could have acted like resonant capacitors, absorbing and releasing energy in tune with natural cycles of the earth and the sky. When struck by sound, pressure, or seismic waves, they might have amplified vibration, producing low-frequency resonance that could travel vast distances underground. Some researchers have proposed that the Temple of Jupiter functioned as a central receiver or transmitter of this energy. Its tall columns, once capped by bronze and gold, may have acted as conductors. The air ionization in such an environment could create subtle electromagnetic fields, observable even today. Lightning would have been drawn to the structure naturally, discharging immense energy into the stone platform below. This was not merely superstition. The ancients could have been experimenting with the relationship between heaven and earth, turning the temple into an energy relay where celestial power met terrestrial charge. Across the world, similar patterns appear. The Great Pyramid of Giza is composed of granite rich in quartz and limestone, casing stones that function like insulators. In South America, the megalithic walls of Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo sit atop magnetic hotspots. Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Chichen Itza in Mexico, and even the temples of Delphi all share alignment with telluric lines and celestial markers. If each of these sites once drew power from the earth, Baalbek may have been one of the largest nodes in that network, a capacitor of continental scale. The ancients may have used this energy for more than symbolic rituals. Legends from across civilization speak of temples of light, where fire burned without fuel, of machines that sang, and of chariots that rose into the heavens. In Baalbek, the phrase "City of the Sun" may not have been poetic at all. The sun, the most visible source of energy, could have been both the symbol and the literal power source for the site. The bronze fittings and gold leaf ornaments atop the temples may have absorbed solar radiation, feeding it into the earth through conductive materials embedded in the structure. In this way, Baalbek could have functioned as a solar electric relay, transforming light into vibration, vibration into current, and current into what we might today call energy distribution. Skeptics argue that such theories are imaginative speculation, and indeed, there are no visible wires, machines, or devices remaining. But perhaps none were ever needed. Ancient energy systems may have operated on principles of field interaction, using natural magnetism, resonance, and sound to create effects that would appear miraculous to us today. Imagine, for instance, a device that could lift massive stones by temporarily reducing their weight through vibrational frequency, turning stone as light as air. Legends of sound levitation, from Tibetan monks to Egyptian priests, may preserve the faint memory of how this technology worked. In that context, Baalbek's immense blocks would not represent brute strength, but refined control. There is also the question of why the Romans, inheriting the site, would build their temples there. Some scholars suggest that they sensed the energy of the place without understanding its source. The Romans were fascinated by omens, magnetism, and lightning. The augurs, priests who interpreted divine will, often selected sites for temples based on atmospheric phenomena. When they found Baalbek, they must have felt it literally. The ground there hums faintly with seismic resonance, amplified by the dense limestone. Perhaps the Romans built their temple of Jupiter atop it to harness its divine power, unknowingly repurposing a far older energy system for religious ritual. Modern experiments have provided intriguing hints that something unusual still lingers at Baalbek. Sensitive magnetometers show fluctuations in the local field, especially near the trilithon stones. Sound engineers have noted that the site resonates most strongly at frequencies around 110 Hz, a tone associated with meditative and altered states of consciousness. Some visitors report feeling tingling sensations in their skin or a sense of lightness when standing in certain spots, as if the energy of the earth is flowing through them. Though science attributes this to magnetism and acoustics, it is easy to imagine how ancient peoples might have interpreted the same effects as divine presence. If the ancients indeed built a power grid, what was its purpose? Was it meant to supply energy for machines to heal, to communicate, or to maintain planetary balance? Some theorists suggest that the builders sought to stabilize the Earth's magnetic field after a great catastrophe, perhaps a shift in the poles or a cosmic event that disrupted the planet's energy equilibrium. Baalbek, with its colossal weight and perfect geometry, might have been a stabilizer, a kind of planetary tuning fork designed to bring resonance back to the world. The camera sweeps over the ruins, golden light spilling across the stones as the narrator's voice deepens. What if the ancients knew that the earth itself is alive? What if Baalbek was not a temple to gods, but a temple of the gods, a power node in the body of the planet, built not to worship energy, but to use it? As the shot fades to night, thunder rumbles over the valley. Lightning flashes behind the pillars, illuminating the massive stones for a brief, electric instant. The narrator continues. We imagine that we invented power, but perhaps we only rediscovered its shadow. Long before the first spark of modern science, the ancients were already playing with the energy of the stars and the pulse of the earth. And Baalbek, standing silent for millennia, may still be waiting, its circuits sleeping, its stones dreaming, until we remember how to turn them on again. Sound has always been one of humanity's oldest mysteries, a force both invisible and powerful enough to shape matter. We feel it before we understand it. We see how it moves sand into patterns, how it shatters glass, how it carries emotion. But what if, in a forgotten age, sound was not merely art or communication, but technology? Some researchers believe the secret to Baalbek's construction may not lie in brute force or lost machinery, but in acoustics, in the harnessing of vibration itself. Could the ancients have used resonance and sonic levitation to move the impossible stones that define the site? Across the world, there are hints that ancient people possessed knowledge of how sound could affect the physical world. The Greek philosopher Pythagoras spoke of the music of the spheres, claiming that the planets themselves produce harmonies that govern the universe. In Egypt, priests used chanting to raise the stones of their temples. In Tibet, legends tell of monks who could levitate rocks with horns and drums, using specific frequencies that made matter lose weight. And even in the Bible, the walls of Jericho are said to have fallen to the blast of trumpets. Are these mere myths, or do they point to a lost science of vibration? At Baalbek, the evidence of sonic precision seems carved into the stones themselves. The megaliths fit together so tightly that the gaps between them are almost molecularly perfect. Engineers note that such flawless joins can be achieved today only by machines that cut with oscillating tools, blades that vibrate thousands of times per second. The marks on some of Baalbek's stones display microgrooves that resemble the striations left by high-frequency cutting. There are no chisel marks, no wedges, no rough breaks. Instead, the surfaces appear almost melted, as though the rock was softened or disaggregated by controlled vibration. If so, Baalbek's builders may have used a form of sonic machining, the same principle modern engineers use in ultrasonic cutting technology. The concept of sound-based levitation, long considered myth, has gained credibility through modern experiments. Physicists have successfully used focused sound waves to suspend small objects in midair. The principle is simple but astonishing. Every sound creates pressure. When two sound waves meet, they can form a standing wave that traps objects in a pocket of vibration. While modern acoustic levitation can only lift light materials, the underlying physics does not change with scale, only with power. If an ancient civilization had discovered ways to amplify or concentrate sound using natural resonance, they could, in theory, manipulate massive stones without touching them. Baalbek's architecture seems to invite this interpretation. The layout of the main terrace and the distribution of its walls create a natural amphitheater. Acousticians who have studied the site note that certain frequencies resonate unusually strongly between the massive stones. When sound is produced, whether by voice, instrument, or even wind, echoes linger longer than they should, as if trapped in a resonant field. Could this have been intentional? Perhaps the builders designed the site not only for visual symmetry, but also for acoustic precision, creating an environment where harmonic frequencies could build upon one another until they reached a state of incredible power. Imagine the process. Rows of priests or engineers stand before the trilithon stones. They chant in unison, their voices tuned to a precise frequency. Around them, stone horns or instruments amplify the vibration. The air thickens as sound waves merge, vibrating not only through the space but through the rock itself. At a certain pitch, the massive stone begins to tremble, molecules loosening, its weight subtly reduced. With careful synchronization, the builders guide it forward, floating it into place. To modern ears, this sounds fantastical, but ancient myths echo this exact scene across continents. Perhaps what we call ritual was once an application of advanced acoustic physics, couched in the language of religion. The science of resonance supports such speculation. Every material has a natural frequency, a vibration rate at which it becomes most reactive. When sound matches that frequency, the material can begin to move or even fracture, as opera singers shattering glass demonstrate. The limestone and quartz of Baalbek stones possess natural resonant frequencies within a range of human vocalization and certain musical instruments. If the builders discovered those frequencies and amplified them through architectural design, the site could have become a tool for manipulating stone through resonance alone. In addition to the physical effects, sound may have played a role in altering consciousness. The 110 Hz frequency detected at Baalbek is known to affect brain activity, inducing trance-like states. Ancient priests or workers exposed to these tones might have entered heightened awareness, improving focus and synchronization. If thousands of people chanted in perfect unison, guided by drums or horns, their collective resonance could have amplified not only physical energy, but human intention. The builders may have believed that they were working alongside the gods, but in reality, they were harnessing the physics of vibration, what modern scientists would call constructive interference and harmonic amplification. Archaeologists have found curious details that may hint at acoustic function. Some of the massive blocks at Baalbek contain shallow, bowl-shaped indentations, unexplained features that may have served as resonant cavities or sound cups. Similar designs appear in ancient amphorae used for tuning resonance in Greek theaters. If placed strategically, these cavities could enhance certain frequencies and dampen others, creating a controlled sound field. The effect would be overwhelming, a chorus of energy focused like a laser beam of vibration. Across the globe, other ancient sites show parallel patterns. At Chavín de Huántar in Peru, underground chambers resonate like musical instruments when wind passes through them. The hypogeum of Malta produces infrasonic tones that cause entire chambers to vibrate. The Great Pyramid of Giza resonates at frequencies similar to the human heartbeat. These patterns suggest that ancient architects were not only master builders, but sound engineers, scientists of frequency. Baalbek, with its massive stones and precise acoustic geometry, could have been the apex of that forgotten art. Modern researchers experimenting with acoustic levitation in laboratories often note that increasing the amplitude of sound waves dramatically boosts their lifting power. If the ancients found ways to amplify sound using the earth itself, by channeling vibrations through the limestone foundation or reflecting them off the surrounding hills, they could theoretically have achieved effects beyond our imagination. Baalbek's mountain basin acts like a natural sound chamber, amplifying resonance in ways we are only beginning to understand. As the documentary camera moves across the silent ruins, the narrator's voice deepens into a reverent whisper. In our age, we move mountains with machines. The ancients may have moved them with music, A faint vibration hums beneath the soundtrack, low and rhythmic, as if the stones themselves remember the songs that once shaped them. The voice continues. Perhaps Baalbek was not built by force, but by frequency, not a triumph of muscle, but a harmony. Maybe the greatest technology the ancients ever mastered was not metal or fire, but sound, the voice of creation itself. The scene fades with the camera pulling back over the vast temple platform, the wind sighing softly through the columns. If we could hear what the stones of Baalbek still echo, the narrator concludes, we might learn that the earth is not silent, it is singing. And for a brief moment in the ancient world, humanity knew the tune. At first glance, the stones of Baalbek appear ancient but ordinary, carved, stacked, and weathered by time. Yet, when examined closely, they reveal something profoundly unsettling. The surfaces of these massive blocks are not rough or jagged as one would expect from primitive quarrying. They are flat, eerily mathematically flat, and the edges meet with such precision that modern tools struggle to replicate it. Tool marks are either absent or microscopic. Corners are perfectly square. Some blocks bear tiny parallel grooves that look more like the marks of modern machining than the crude chisel strikes of the Roman era. For centuries, scholars have debated how ancient builders achieved such precision without steel, electricity, or diamond tools. The deeper one studies these stones, the clearer it becomes that Baalbek's builders possessed technology or techniques that should not have existed in their time. The machining evidence begins with the stone of the pregnant woman, still half buried in its quarry a short distance from the main site. Its exposed side shows a polished finish, almost metallic in texture. There are no visible chisel points or wedge holes, only faint horizontal lines spaced with mechanical regularity, as though some kind of vibrating blade or rotary saw had sliced across the limestone surface. Even more intriguing are the right-angle cuts that run through the stone at perfect perpendiculars, impossible to achieve with hand tools. Engineers examining these surfaces have noted that to reproduce this level of smoothness today would require power saws equipped with diamond blades or laser cutters. Yet this block was shaped thousands of years ago. How? The mystery deepens when the trilithon stones, the largest blocks in the temple foundation, are studied under magnification. On certain edges, under the dust of centuries, microscopic striations appear, evenly spaced, consistent in depth and direction. They are not random scratches caused by erosion, but controlled machining marks. Some researchers suggest that these lines are produced by rotary cutting tools or sonic carving devices, technologies known only in the modern era. The argument that ancient masons achieved this by manual chiseling collapses under scrutiny. To produce such lines by hand would require consistent force, angle, and rhythm over lengths of several meters, a level of control human muscle cannot maintain unaided. Archaeological orthodoxy attributes Baalbek's construction to Roman ingenuity, but no comparable Roman site exhibits such precision. Even the finest examples of Roman stonework, the Pantheon, the Colosseum, or the aqueducts, rely heavily on mortar and metal clamps to correct minor imperfections. Baalbek's foundation blocks, by contrast, fit so perfectly that no adhesive was needed. They sit flush against one another, weight pressing evenly across their entire surfaces. This kind of perfection suggests advanced measuring tools, perhaps laser-level precision, in an age of wooden rulers and rope. Could the builders have possessed an understanding of stone manipulation that modern science has only begun to rediscover? Some geologists propose that the builders use a technique similar to vibration cutting, where sound or mechanical resonance causes rock to fracture cleanly. Modern ultrasonic machines can cut through granite and quartz without blades, relying instead on oscillating frequencies. If an ancient civilization had mastered this principle, using amplified resonance to soften or disaggregate stone, they could have shaped blocks of enormous size with ease. In that light, the machining evidence at Baalbek might not be evidence of physical tools at all, but of energy-based technology lost to time and remembered only in myth. In ancient stories in the Near East, the gods possessed stones that sang in rods that cut through mountains. The Sumerian god Ninurta was said to have wielded a weapon that could shape mountains like clay. In later Hebrew and Islamic traditions, King Solomon commanded the jinn to build his temples using a mysterious object called the shamir, a worm or device capable of cutting the hardest rock without heat or hammer. Descriptions of the shamir often mention sound, vibration, or light, echoing precisely the kind of energy required for modern ultrasonic machining. Could Baalbek's builders have used a similar tool? Perhaps the myths were not allegories but memories, ancient attempts to describe a technology so advanced that it seemed magical. Supporting this theory are the curved corner joints found on several of Baalbek's blocks. The stones are not merely stacked. They interlock with subtle curves that distribute stress evenly, preventing collapse during earthquakes. To achieve such joins would require mathematical modeling and mechanical precision well beyond Roman capability. Engineers who study the site note that even with today's machinery, carving limestone blocks of that size and accuracy would demand enormous energy and specialized equipment. For the builders of Baalbek to accomplish it without metal tools or cranes suggests either genius beyond comprehension or technology we no longer possess. Even more enigmatic are the drill holes found on smaller stones in complex. Perfectly circular and evenly spaced, they penetrate deep into the rock with a spiral groove pattern identical to the traces left by modern power drills. The uniformity of these holes defies explanation by hand chiseling. Modern stonemasons, when shown photographs of these features, often react with disbelief. "You can't do that with primitive tools," one engineer reportedly said. "That's machining." And yet, there they are, frozen proof of a forgotten technique. If Baalbek stones were cut using advanced tools, then the question becomes, where are those tools now? No ancient workshop has ever been discovered. No fragments of metal, no blades, no mechanical debris. Some suggest that the tools were not physical at all, that they relied on directed energy, resonance, or magnetism rather than tangible machinery. This would explain the absence of artifacts. Others speculate that such devices were made from materials that corroded or vaporized long ago. Whatever the truth, the absence of evidence does not erase the precision carved into the stones themselves. The tools may be gone, but their fingerprints remain. The implications are staggering. If the machining evidence at Baalbek is genuine, it overturns a conventional timeline of technological progress. It would mean that somewhere in the distant past, an advanced civilization or an external intelligence achieved feats of engineering that rival or surpass our own. Perhaps they were wiped out by cataclysm, leaving behind only their monuments. Or perhaps they left intentionally, taking their technology with them, leaving the stones as markers, a riddle carved in limestone, waiting for rediscovery. The camera moves in close on one of the megalithic blocks, the lens tracing the fine grooves like the surface of an alien artifact. The narrator's voice lowers. These marks are not the story of hammers and chisels. They are the signature of something else, something that understood stone on an atomic level. To the ancients, it was the power of the gods. To us, it is lost science. The shot widens, revealing the massive wall of the trilithon, gleaming in the late sunlight. Perhaps the real mystery of Baalbek is not how the stones were moved, but how they were made, cut, shaped, and fused with mastery that challenges everything we think we know about human history. As dusk settles, shadows crawl along the perfect seams between the blocks, so tight that not even a breath of air can pass through. The voice concludes, almost in a whisper, "We measure our civilization by what we can build." But here, on this ancient hill, stands proof that someone long before us measured by what they could imagine, and their imagination was carved in stone. In every civilization that rose around the ancient Mediterranean, there were gods who commanded the sky, lords of thunder, rain, and light. Yet in Lebanon's high valley of the Bekaa, there was one whose name carried an echo older than myth, Baal. Before the Romans renamed this place Heliopolis, before empires crumbled and languages changed, the people of this land worshiped Baal here. To them, this hilltop was not merely sacred ground. It was a dwelling place of God who could split mountains with his voice. Today, the vast ruins that remain may be all that is left of that devotion. But to truly understand Baalbek, one must descend into mythology that gave the city its name, and meet the forgotten gods who once ruled this land of storms and stone. The story of Baal begins in the cradle of the Canaanites, long before Rome, long before written history. Baal was a storm bringer, the god of thunder, lightning, and fertility. He was the lifeblood of the earth, the one who gave rain to the fields and power to the sky. The people of the Levant believed he lived among the clouds, waging eternal war against the forces of chaos. When the rains came, it was said that Baal had triumphed. When drought struck, he had been cast down into the underworld. Baalbek, literally translated as the city of Baal or the house of the Lord, was believed to be his earthly throne, a meeting place between heaven and earth, where the voice of the storm god could be heard as thunder rolling through the mountains. Ancient texts found in Ugarit, a Canaanite city on the Syrian coast, describe Baal's palace as being made of silver and gold, built upon the mountain of the north, a place where the lightning flashed like fire. The description fits Baalbek eerily well, a golden temple complex raised high above the valley, once topped with bronze and gold that glowed in the sun like flame. The myth tells that Baal's palace was constructed by divine artisans using stones of power, which obeyed his command. These were not metaphors of the ancients. They were truths encoded in myth. To them, the gods truly walked the earth, and Baal's palace was a physical place, a site where the divine descended in storm and fire. When the Phoenicians inherited the religion of the Canaanites, they expanded Baal's mythology, making him the supreme deity of the heavens. They called him Baal-Adad, the Lord of Thunder. He was often depicted holding a lightning bolt in one hand and a club in the other, symbols of both creation and destruction. His companion was Anat, a fierce goddess of war and fertility, and his rival was Mot, the god of death. Each year, Baal descended into the underworld to battle Mot, symbolizing the seasonal cycle of life and drought. When Baal triumphed, the rains returned and life was renewed. Baalbek's temple was likely the stage for this cosmic drama, reenacted in ritual and prayer. The temple's architecture, with its alignment to the rising sun, may have represented Baal's annual resurrection, a moment when light once again conquered darkness. Later, as cultures merged and empires expanded, Baal's identity evolved. The Greeks identified him with Zeus, the Romans with Jupiter. They built their own temple atop the older ruins, naming it for their thunder god. But even as they reshaped the site, the essence of Baal remained. To the local people, the god they worshipped was not a foreign Jupiter, but the same ancient power, the storm that spoke from the mountains, the lightning that kissed the stones. The Romans, knowingly or not, continued a tradition that was already thousands of years old, reinforcing Baal's dominion under a new name. Legends from the region say that Baalbek was not merely a temple, but a place where the gods themselves descended. The Book of Kings and later Arabic texts mention Balith, the Lady of Baalbek, and describe the site as a dwelling of divine beings who travel between heaven and earth. Some of these stories speak of Baal arriving in a chariot of fire, accompanied by thunder and wind. To modern ears, this sounds like mythic poetry, but to ancient witnesses, it may have described something literal. Could Baal's chariot of fire have been a memory of celestial craft descending from the sky? Interpreted to the language of religion, the ancients saw technology as divinity. What we call machines, they called gods. Baal was not the only deity honored here. Archaeological evidence shows that the Baalbek complex contained 3 great temples, one for Baal or Jupiter, one for Bacchus, and one for Venus. Together they formed a celestial triad, Father, Son, and Divine Mother, echoing the ancient trinity of Baal, Anat, and the sun goddess Astarte. Each temple represented an aspect of creation, power, fertility, and beauty. Their arrangement mirrored the movement of celestial bodies across the sky, suggesting that the builders viewed their gods not as abstract symbols, but as living forces of the cosmos. The triad may have represented an ancient formula of energy, the electric, the magnetic, and the radiant, all converging at Baalbek. Some researchers believe that Baal's mythology may have encoded advanced knowledge in symbolic form. The god's lightning bolts could represent harnessed electrical energy. His thunder could signify vibration and sound, the forces that shape the world. His descent into the underworld might symbolize the harnessing of telluric currents, the hidden power beneath the earth. The ancients, in wrapping this science and story, preserved truths in a form that would survive when direct knowledge was lost. If so, Baal was not only a god of weather, but a metaphor for forces of nature that the builders of Baalbek had learned to control. As centuries passed, Baal's name became corrupted and misunderstood. To later monotheistic religions, He was no longer the life-bringer, but a false idol, even a demon. The old gods were cast down as humanity moved into a new era of faith. Yet the stones of Baalbek still bears memory. They stand as a silent scripture written in geometry, each line and measurement echoing the principles of balance and power that Baal once embodied. Even the storms that gather over the valley seem to pay homage, lightning arcing across the sky, as if answering an ancient summons. As the camera sweeps across the massive columns of the Temple of Jupiter, the narrator's voice becomes both solemn and haunting. Here, on this wind-swept plateau, men once spoke to the gods, and perhaps the gods answered. They called this place Baalbek, the city of Baal, the place where thunder met stone. The Romans renamed it, but they could not erase its soul. It remains a temple not to a name, but to a force, the power that moves the heavens and awakens the earth. Lightning flashes above the ruins as the voice lowers to a whisper. Baal is not dead. His temple still stands. His storms still come. And in the silence between thunder and echo, his presence lingers, a reminder that the gods of old may not have been myths at all, but memories carved into stones of the earth. As dawn breaks over Baalbek, the morning light reveals something easily overlooked in the grand debate over stones, tools, and legends, the city's strategic perfection. Baalbek was not built in isolation, it was placed. Its position on the earth, its alignment to the stars, and its proximity to powerful natural elements suggest that its builders chose the site for reasons beyond beauty or convenience. To understand why Baalbek became one of the most sacred and enduring centers of the ancient world, we must step back and see it not as construction, but as a coordinate, a point where the forces of earth and sky converge. The Bekaa Valley is a natural wonder, a vast rift between the Lebanon and anti-Lebanon mountain ranges. This valley forms part of the Great Rift System that extends from Syria to East Africa, a geological scar that channels tectonic and magnetic energy. The ancients may not have known the scientific terminology, but they felt the power. Baalbek sits at the very heart of this valley, on a raised plateau of limestone that hums faintly with telluric energy. The site overlooks fertile plains watered by rivers that flow year-round, a rare gift in the ancient world. To build here was to command both the heavens above and the life-giving forces below. It is no accident that ancient peoples called this place the navel of the earth. Geographically, Baalbek occupies a crossroads of civilizations. In antiquity, it stood along major trade routes linking Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean, Egypt to Anatolia, and Arabia to Europe. Whoever controlled Baalbek controlled not only a sacred site, but also the movement of goods, armies, and ideas. Yet its placement transcends practicality. When ancient maps are overlaid on modern coordinate grids, Baalbek's latitude and longitude form near-perfect geometric relationships with other megalithic centers, Giza, Delphi, and Jerusalem among them. These ratios correspond to harmonic intervals used in sacred geometry, suggesting that its builders chose the site to resonate with global energy lines. Modern researchers using magnetometers have discovered unusual readings in and around Baalbek. The magnetic field fluctuates more strongly than in surrounding regions, as though currents of energy rise from the Earth's core to the surface. Combined with the valley's geological composition, rich in quartz and metallic minerals, this makes the plateau an ideal conductor for electromagnetic phenomena. Ancient architects, it seems, had an uncanny ability to find such places and amplify their power through stone. Just as cathedrals in medieval Europe were built atop older pagan sites aligned with earth energies, Baalbek's foundation may rest on a node of immense natural strength. Astronomically, Baalbek's orientation is equally precise. The Temple of Jupiter faces almost exactly east, aligned to the rising sun at the summer solstice. The Temple of Bacchus, adjacent to it, follows a secondary axis aligned with the constellation Leo, associated with kingship and solar power. These alignments were not aesthetic choices. They were cosmic. Each sunrise that illuminated the temple symbolized renewal, the moment when the heavens touched the earth. The ancients saw Baalbek not just as a city of gods, but as a bridge between worlds, a place where divine energy descended through light and stone. But there is another layer, the site's elevation. Baalbek sits nearly 1,200 meters above sea level, high enough to command an unobstructed view of the horizon in every direction. This altitude made it a perfect observatory for tracking stars and celestial events. Ancient astronomer priests could stand atop its platform and chart the solstices, equinoxes, and planetary movements with precision. The entire complex may have functioned as a massive calendar, syncing human rituals with cosmic cycles. Some researchers believe that when the sun rose behind the mountains on key dates, its rays would align perfectly with the temple's central axis, illuminating statues or altars within. Such phenomena were not decorative. They were declarations of divine order. The location's hydrological advantages also reveal the builder's foresight. Underground aquifers flow directly beneath Baalbek's plateau, feeding the Litani river system. Access to fresh water allowed the city to thrive, but also may have served another purpose. Flowing water can conduct electrical energy, especially when combined with minerals like quartz and limestone. This combination, earth pressure, water flow, and conductive stone, creates a natural piezoelectric environment. Some theorists suggest that Baalbek's builders intentionally chose this site because of its energetic properties, constructing their temples atop what was, in effect, a natural power source. The result would have been a site that not only felt spiritually charged, but also physically resonant, vibrating with the pulse of the planet. Ancient myths seem to confirm this reverence for place. Local legends claim that Baalbek was built on the site where the first sun touched the earth. Another tale says the city was founded by the giants before the flood, when heaven and earth were still one. These poetic phrases may encode a memory of an age when the earth's magnetic field was stronger, or when humans could sense subtle energies lost to modern perception. The ancients might have chosen Baalbek, not because it was convenient, but because it spoke, through its vibration, its light, its geometry. It was a living node in a planetary system of sacred geography. Even in modern times, Baalbek's location retains a strange power. Pilgrims, tourists, and researchers alike report feeling a palpable charge in the air, a tingling beneath their feet as they walk among the stones. Compass needles behave erratically near the trilithon, and electronic devices sometimes fail without explanation. Scientists attribute this to magnetic anomalies or geological composition, but for those who listen with ancient ears, it is simply the voice of the gods still humming through their temple. As the camera soars above the valley, the ruins of Baalbek gleam in the golden light of afternoon. The narrator's voice, slow and measured, fills the silence. They did not choose this place by accident. They chose it because the earth itself was alive here. They built where energy rose from below and light descended from above. They built where heaven and earth met in harmony. The music swells, a deep, resonant tone that feels more like vibration than melody. In our modern maps, Baalbek is a coordinate, the narrator continues. But to the ancients, it was a heartbeat. They built upon the world's own rhythm. And that rhythm still echoes, waiting for us to hear it again. The camera lingers as the sun sets, casting long shadows across the platform. The valley below glows like molten gold. Perhaps, the voice whispers, the secret of Baalbek is not in who built it, but where it was built, on the very pulse of the planet itself. When the ancients gazed into the heavens, they did not see emptiness. They saw meaning. The stars were not distant suns. They were gods, watchers, messengers, and timekeepers. Every flicker of light in the night sky spoke a language the priests and astronomers of Baalbek understood. To them, the universe was a living organism, pulsing with intelligence, and their temple was the bridge between its heartbeat and the earth below. If the earth had sacred nodes of energy, then the heavens had their counterparts, constellations, cycles, and celestial alignments that govern the rhythm of life. Baalbek, in all its grandeur, was built to mirror that cosmic pattern, a monument not only to power and architecture, but to the stars themselves. When researchers study the orientation of Baalbek, they find an undeniable celestial order encoded in stone. The main axis of the Temple of Jupiter faces the point on the horizon where the sun rises on the summer solstice. But beyond this solar connection, deeper patterns emerge. The angles between the major structures align with the heliacal risings of key stars, Regulus, in the heart of Leo, Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, and Orion's belt, the celestial triad mirrored in monuments around the world. These were not random choices. To the builders, These stars were sacred markers, the cosmic clock by which gods measured time. Ancient astronomer priests believed that when the stars rose in certain positions, portals between worlds opened. The heavens, to them, were not symbolic. They were functional. Celestial alignment allowed communication between realms, the divine, the earthly, and the underworld. By building temples that aligned with specific constellations, they believed they could channel divine energy. In this way, Baalbek was more than an observatory. It was a receiver, a spiritual antenna tuned to the frequencies of the cosmos. When the sun rose in alignment with Regulus, Baal's star, it symbolized divine kingship, the right of rulers to command by cosmic decree. When Orion climbed the horizon, it signaled renewal and resurrection. And when Sirius appeared in the dawn, it marked the season of fertility and flood, when the rivers brought life back to the land. Baalbek's rituals, timed to these celestial events, were not mere superstition. They were acts of synchronization, of aligning the life of the city with the rhythm of the universe. Modern astronomers who map Baalbek's alignments have been stunned by the precision. The margin of error between the temple's axis and the solstitial sunrise is less than a single degree. Achieving this required long-term observation, mathematical calculation, and architectural genius. Yet even more extraordinary is that these alignments correspond not to the sky as it appears today, but to how it appeared thousands of years ago, as the builders account for precession, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis that shifts star positions over millennia. To modern science, that knowledge should not have existed until the Hellenistic period, yet Baalbek's design reflects it perfectly. Some researchers believe this proves that Baalbek was built, or at least designed, long before the Romans, perhaps by a forgotten civilization that tracked the stars with tools and methods now lost. Others go further, suggesting that the builders' understanding of celestial geometry was not learned but inherited, a legacy from beings who came from the heavens themselves. Ancient Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki as those who from heaven to earth came, beings who built houses of eternity aligned with the stars. The parallels are impossible to ignore. The same constellations worshipped in Sumer appear encoded in Baalbek's layout. Perhaps both sites were parts of a single stellar network, a map connecting heaven to earth, marking the landing places of the gods. There's an even more haunting pattern. When lines are drawn between Baalbek, Giza, and the ancient city of Eridu, the first city of the gods in Sumerian mythology, they form a near-perfect triangle, an earthly reflection of the celestial triangle formed by the stars of Orion's belt. This geometric mirroring suggests that the builders of these ancient sites were following a unified plan, one that spanned continents and epochs. In this interpretation, Baalbek was the western anchor of a global constellation, a point of contact between humanity and the stars. To the priests of Baalbek, astrology was not fortune-telling. It was physics. The positions of the stars affected the flow of energy through the earth. The temple's rituals likely involved observing specific celestial events and channeling their influence into the city below. Certain chambers may have been designed to amplify starlight or focus it onto altars, creating literal beams of cosmic energy. Some researchers note that the reflective surfaces of limestone and bronze used in the temple's construction could have magnified light, turning entire courtyards into glowing mirrors of the heavens. In these moments, Baalbek did not just imitate the stars, it became the stars. Ancient myths may encode the celestial function. In Canaanite legend, Baal's palace in the sky was said to have windows that opened to the stars. The Ugaritic text described Baal's messengers traveling between heaven and earth through gates of light. Perhaps the temple at Baalbek was intended as one of those gates. The word Heliopolis, given by the Romans, means city of the sun, but its older name, Baalbek, the city of the Lord, might want to refer to a literal connection between divine realms. The temple's orientation towards specific constellations could have been an attempt to maintain that connection, to keep the gates open. Even today, astronomers who visit the site describe an uncanny sense of scale. Standing on the platform, surrounded by mountains, the horizon feels impossibly wide. When night falls, the sky seems closer, so vast and yet so intimate that one feels as though the stars are pressing down upon the stones. The ancients must have felt this too, perhaps even more strongly in an age without artificial light. Imagine priests standing on the platform at midnight, torches extinguished, watching the heavens revolve above them. They were not looking into infinite space. They were looking into eternity, reading the will of the cosmos written in light. Some modern theorists propose that Baalbek's alignment to celestial bodies was not merely symbolic, but functional, part of forgotten science that used astronomical positioning to draw or transmit energy. In this view, the stars were not distant but connected to the Earth through electromagnetic or gravitational resonance. Each aligned temple acted as a tuner, amplifying certain cosmic frequencies. When multiple sites were aligned with the same constellation, they formed an energy grid linking Earth and sky. Baalbek, with its vast stones and perfect geometry, could have been one of the most powerful of these stellar engines. As the documentary sequence fades to a time-lapse of the stars spinning over Baalbek, the narrator's voice drops to a near whisper. They built for the heavens because they came from the heavens, or because they knew we belonged to them. Every stone is a coordinate. Every angle, a star. Baalbek was not built to honor the sky. It was a sky, brought down to earth, frozen in stone. The camera tilts upward, capturing Orion rising above the ruins, its 3 stars gleaming exactly where the temple's columns once stood. We look up for answers, the voice continues, but perhaps the answers are looking back. In the language of light and alignment, the ancients left us a message, a reminder that we are part of something far greater, something written not in books, but in the stars themselves. Beneath the surface of myth and stone lies another dimension of Baalbek, one that has haunted every explorer, mystic, and scholar who has stood upon its vast terrace. It is the feeling of the place, a force that hums through the air that seems to awaken something ancient in the human mind. Locals call it the breath of the gods, a subtle vibration that travelers have described for centuries. It is neither wind nor sound, but a kind of energy that seems to seep from the stones themselves. Some dismiss it as imagination, others as electromagnetic phenomena, yet countless visitors insist it is real. Baalbek is not merely seen, it is felt. This invisible pulse, the psychic energy of Baalbek, has inspired generations of mystics, scientists, and seekers to look beyond physical explanations. If the site stones were built upon ley lines and magnetic nodes, as earlier sections explored, then the energy must move, flow, and interact with consciousness. Modern physics tells us that everything vibrates, atoms, light, even thought. Ancient wisdom says the same, that the universe is sound and vibration, and that humans, as microcosms of creation, are sensitive to the frequencies of the world around them. Baalbek, with its perfect geometry and colossal resonance, might amplify that sensitivity, turning the human body into an instrument attuned to the energy of the earth. Accounts of this strange influence stretch far back. Roman soldiers stationed at Heliopolis wrote of visions in the night and dreams of thunderous gods. Medieval travelers claimed to hear humming from the stones after dusk, as if the ruins were alive. Even in the 20th century, explorers like André Perret and Jean Margron reported disorientation, ringing in the ears, and vivid dreams after spending nights near the Trilithon. Lebanese locals still tell stories of visitors fainting, weeping, or feeling waves of warmth when standing between specific stones. Such sensations might seem supernatural, yet scientists studying geomagnetic anomalies and infrasound recognize the same effects. Low-frequency vibrations can alter human brain waves, inducing trance states and emotional responses. Perhaps Baalbek's builders understood this long before we rediscovered it. The site's energy may stem from its very design. The massive limestone blocks, rich in quartz, can act as natural transducers, materials that convert mechanical pressure into electromagnetic energy. Under the immense weight of the temple, these stones compress and release subtle electrical charges, interacting with the Earth's magnetic field. The result is a faint but measurable electromagnetic resonance, one that can influence the nervous system and perception. Some researchers have likened Baalbek to a gigantic tuning fork, drawing in telluric energy from below and channeling it upward through its geometric design. When the wind passes through the temple's corridors or when thunder rolls over the valley, the vibrations could resonate through the entire structure, creating frequencies that stimulate both body and mind. Mystical traditions offer another perspective. In esoteric philosophy, sacred sites like Baalbek are considered chakras of the planet, energetic centers that connect humanity to higher consciousness. Just as the human body has points of power, so too does the earth. The ancients built their greatest monuments at these nodes to amplify spiritual connection. In this view, Baalbek's terraces were not only architectural feats, but energetic gateways, places where one could commune directly with divine forces. The priests who served there may have used meditation, chanting, or ritual sound to align their own frequencies with that of the temple, entering altered states to receive visions or guidance from the gods. Modern visitors often describe sensations that mirror these ancient practices. Some feel tingling in their palms, a magnetic pull toward certain stones, or a sense of vertigo while standing in the temple center. Others speak of overwhelming calm or euphoria, as if the site itself radiates peace. These experiences are subjective, yet they occur too frequently to ignore. Scientists studying bioelectric fields suggest that human emotions and brain waves can be influenced by external frequencies, especially those in a range of 0 to 10 hertz, known as the Schumann resonances, which correspond to the Earth's natural electromagnetic rhythm. If Baalbek amplifies or modulates these frequencies, it might literally synchronize the human mind with the heartbeat of the planet. The connection between Baalbek's physical and metaphysical energy becomes even clearer when viewed through the lens of ancient ritual. The Temple of Jupiter, with its massive columns and elevated platform, was designed to direct attention skyward, toward the sun and stars. But the smaller chambers beneath and beside it were oriented inward, enclosed spaces where sound and energy would concentrate. Archaeologists have found traces of incense, fire pits, and liquid channels that may have been used in ceremonial offerings. Some speculate that these chambers acted as acoustic amplifiers, their curved walls shaping sound waves to create trance-inducing frequencies. In the flicker of torchlight and the hum of chanting voices, worshippers may have experienced something transcendent, a merging of physical vibration and spiritual awakening. Legends passed down through local oral tradition describe priests who could speak to the stones or call down the voice of Baal. In some tales, the temple would glow at night, illuminated not by fire but by an inner light, whether symbolic or literal. These stories suggest that the ancients perceived Baalbek as a living entity, capable of interaction and response. The stones themselves, charged with centuries of human devotion and natural energy, might retain an energetic imprint, a resonance of memory. Parapsychologists call this the stone tape effect, where powerful events leave vibrational imprints in materials. If this concept holds any truth, then Baalbek is a vast archive of ancient emotion, prayer, and power, still vibrating faintly beneath its surface. Interestingly, those who meditate or conduct energy work at Baalbek today report consistent experiences of heightened awareness and intuitive insight. They describe seeing vivid colors or patterns when their eyes are closed, hearing tones that seem to emanate from the earth, or feeling connected to something vast and timeless. To skeptics, these are psychological responses to awe and expectation. To mystics, they are confirmation that Baalbek still functions as a temple, not a religion, but a resonance. It continues to fulfill its ancient purpose, to connect human consciousness with the greater field of universal energy. As the documentary sequence unfolds, the camera glides slowly across the platform at twilight. The sky glows deep blue, the last rays of sunlight igniting the tops of the columns. A soft, resonant hum begins to build in the soundtrack, a tone that seems to rise from the earth itself. The narrator's voice, calm yet reverent, fills the air. For thousands of years, this place has sung a silent song. Its frequency hums through the stone, through the ground, through the bones of those who stand upon it. Perhaps that song was the first language, the language of vibration, the speech of the gods. And perhaps, deep within us, we still remember how to hear it. The music swells into a low, sustained vibration, merging with the sound of wind and distant thunder. The voice continues. Baalbek is more than architecture. It is a tuning fork for the soul, a monument not only to what humanity once built, but to what it once felt. Here, the ancients heard the earth breathe, and if we listen closely enough, perhaps we still can. The camera fades to black as the hum lingers, vibrating just long enough for the viewer to feel in their chest, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Throughout history, there have been whispers of something deeper beneath Baalbek's legend, an ancient catastrophe so vast that it wiped clean the memory of the builders themselves. Every civilization has its own version of the same event. A great flood, a fire from the heavens, a time when the world was broken and humanity was forced to begin again. What if Baalbek, in all its inexplicable magnificence, was not simply built by an advanced civilization, but rebuilt after that civilization fell? What if these stones are survivors of an older world, a fragment of a lost epic when gods and humans shared knowledge now forgotten? The evidence for such a cataclysm lies scattered across the globe. Geological records show layers of abrupt change, flood deposits, vitrified soil, and traces of cosmic impact dating to around 12,000 years ago. This period, known as the Younger Dryas, marks a time when global temperatures plummeted, species vanished, and ocean levels rose by hundreds of feet. In myth, it is remembered as the Great Flood of Noah, the sinking of Atlantis, the deluge of Deucalion, and the destruction of Ziusidra's world in Sumerian lore. Could Baalbek have been part of that pre-cataclysmic civilization, one of the few structures to survive nature's wrath? Archaeologists note that the foundation of Baalbek looks distinctly older than the Roman or Phoenician layers above it, eroded, weathered, and immense. It feels as if it belongs to another age entirely, one when the very climate and atmosphere of Earth were different. Some of the limestone blocks appear to have been melted or fused together, hinting at exposure to extreme heat. Could this be evidence of cataclysmic forces, solar radiation, plasma discharge, or even weapons of unimaginable power? The myths of Baal himself describe storms of fire and thunder descending from the heavens, battles that shook mountains and burned the land. Was Baal's war in the sky a poetic retelling of the disaster that ended the world before ours? If Baalbek existed before that great catastrophe, it might once have stood at the center of a thriving civilization whose reach extended across continents. The global megalithic network, the pyramids, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, Göbekli Tepe, could have been part of a unified system of knowledge designed to measure the heavens and stabilize the Earth's energies. When the catastrophe struck, most of these structures were destroyed or buried, but Baalbek, built on high ground and with stones weighing thousands of tons, endured. It became a relic of the old world, a silent survivor of apocalypse. The flood myths support this theory in uncanny ways. The Sumerian gods warned their chosen servant, Ziusidra, of the coming deluge and instructed him to preserve the seed of knowledge. After the waters receded, the gods descended again to rebuild their houses. The story echoes across cultures, survivors climbing to mountaintops, guided by celestial beings to rebuild civilization. Baalbek, perched high above the Beeka Valley, may have been one of these houses of the gods, reconstructed upon the ruins of the pre-flood temple. If so, its foundation might be tens of thousands of years older than recorded history. Some researchers believe the alignment of Baalbek's megaliths encodes astronomical data that predates the known constellations by millennia. The orientation toward certain stars would have only been accurate around 10,500 BC, the same epoch that many alternative historians associate with the end of Atlantis and the rebuilding of sacred sites worldwide. In that timeline, Baalbek would not have been Roman or even Bronze Age. It would have been Atlantean, or at least a fragment of whatever global civilization existed before the flood. There are hints of catastrophe carved into mythic memory. Ancient texts from the Levant speak of a fire from the heavens that destroyed cities and turned rivers to steam. Egyptian inscriptions mention a star that fell and burned the land. The Greeks told of Phaeton, who lost control of his father's sun chariot and scorched the earth. These stories, scattered across time and geography, describe the same event from different eyes. Scientists have found evidence that a comet or asteroid may have struck the northern hemisphere roughly 12,000 years ago, triggering massive floods and fires. The very disasters these myths remember. If Baalbek's earliest incarnation predates that event, it could be one of the few surviving structures from a forgotten golden age. What would such a civilization have looked like? Legends from Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley all speak of gods who taught humanity writing, agriculture, and architecture after the flood. These gods were said to have descended from the stars and carried tablets of destiny, devices that glowed and sang with knowledge. They built temples aligned with the heavens and instructed mankind to honor the cycles of the cosmos. Perhaps Baalbek was one of their primary sites, a laboratory, a power center, or a cosmic observatory, rebuilt to re-establish balance after the cataclysm. The Romans may have inherited a city already ancient beyond imagination, one whose original builders were long gone, but whose design whispered of the stars. Over the centuries, traces of this forgotten age were buried by new empires. Each culture built atop the ruins, layering its own faith over the remnants of the last. The Canaanites called it Baalbek, the city of Baal. The Greeks named it Heliopolis, the city of the sun. Yet beneath every name lies the same sacred function, the connection between heaven and earth, maintained by those who remembered or rediscovered the power that once was. Perhaps the original builders knew that one day humanity would lose its knowledge again, and so they built Baalbek to endure the next cycle, to survive our forgetting. The cataclysmic theory casts Baalbek not as an isolated mystery, but as a clue in a much larger puzzle. Across the planet, megalithic structures share uncanny similarities: precision engineering, cosmic alignment, and inexplicable age. Could it be that these are the remnants of a single pre-flood civilization scattered by disaster? If so, Baalbek might be the Rosetta Stone of this lost world, the key that ties them all together. The camera pans over the ruins, clouds rolling in from the mountains as thunder rumbles faintly in the distance. The narrator's voice deepens. Perhaps the story of Baalbek is not just about how it was built, but how it survived. When the world ended, the stones remained. They are the memory of a time before time, a whisper from an age of giants and gods, when mankind walked in the shadow of creation itself. Lightning flashes, illuminating the massive stones. The voice continues. Civilizations rise and fall, but Baalbek endures. Maybe it was built to outlast disaster, to wait for the day when we would look upon it again and remember who we once were. The shot fades to darkness, leaving only the sound of distant thunder. There are ruins that command admiration, and there are ruins that command awe. Baalbek belongs to the latter. Yet amid all its grandeur, one question cuts deeper than all others. Why was it built at such an impossible scale? What purpose could demanded stones weighing over 1,000 tons, aligned with mathematical perfection, stacked into a terrace vast enough to hold an entire city? The Romans, for all their genius, never built anything so heavy. The Egyptians, for all their ambition, rarely carved blocks so large. What function required a platform of such strength and size? Some historians call it overengineering. Others call it madness. But to those who study the site's proportions, orientation, and enduring precision, it becomes clear Baalbek was not designed merely for human worship. It was meant for something much greater. The most conventional explanation claims that the massive terrace was built simply as a foundation for the Roman Temple of Jupiter, a symbol of imperial might. But this argument falters when examined closely. The terrace is vastly disproportionate to the Roman structures above it. Its stones are larger than any used in the temples. Its boundaries extend far beyond the Roman plan, and its geometry bears no resemblance to Roman architectural logic. If anything, the Roman temple appears like an afterthought, perched delicately atop a base that belonged to another age. The Romans built with artistry. The foundation builders built with intention. So what was that intention? One theory proposes that the great platform served as a launch pad, a landing or takeoff surface for something immense, possibly aerial. This idea, popularized by ancient astronaut theorists, stems from several clues. First, Baalbek's enormous scale. The terrace could easily support massive weight and vibrations without structural damage, its stones interlocked to absorb shock. Second, its flatness, nearly perfect across hundreds of meters, even after thousands of years of earthquakes. Third, its location, an elevated plateau with a clear 360-degree view of the horizon, free from obstruction. To ancient peoples, this was the place where the gods descended. To modern eyes, it looks uncannily like an ancient airstrip. Legends from the region strengthen this interpretation. Phoenician and Canaanite myths describe Baal descending from the sky in chariots of fire, resting upon his mighty mountain house. Later Islamic texts echo this, calling Baalbek the site where King Solomon's flying machine, the Carp of the Winds, landed. Some even claim that the fallen angels mentioned in the book of Enoch built Baalbek as their stronghold when they descended to earth. Whether interpreted literally or symbolically, these stories all point to one theme. Baalbek was a meeting point between heaven and earth, a physical space where sky beings touched down. Could the megalithic terrace have been designed for such visitors? The precision engineering suggests an understanding of vibration, weight distribution, and energy far beyond necessity for a simple temple. Modern aerospace engineers have noted that the trilithon platform's interlocked stones resemble modern anti-vibration foundations used in rocket and spacecraft launch sites. Massive, shock-absorbing bases designed to withstand tremendous thrust. The parallel may be coincidental, but it sparks an unsettling thought. Were the builders of Baalbek preparing for something that flew? If the platform was indeed an ancient landing site, its orientation makes sense. Its alignment with solstitial sunrise could serve as a navigational reference, while the nearby quarry, home to the colossal and used stone of the pregnant woman, may have functioned as an extension of the same complex, a construction zone for future expansions. To a culture capable of mastering anti-gravitational or resonant technology, carving and transporting multi-thousand-ton blocks would have been routine, not miraculous. What remains for us as evidence of impossible effort may have been, to them, an expression of advanced design. Skeptics, of course, argue that no trace of such technology exists. Yet perhaps that is precisely the point. If Baalbek's creators possessed tools or devices operating on principles beyond conventional matter, resonance, magnetism, plasma, they would have left no metallic residue or mechanical parts to survive millennia. Energy leaves geometry as its legacy, not debris. The true artifact, in this sense, is the architecture itself, a perfect machine of stone, built not for decoration but for functionality. Some researchers take a different but related view, seeing Baalbek not as a launch pad but as a temple of resonance, an energetic engine that connected the earth to the cosmos. In this theory, the massive stones acted as stabilizers, harmonic dampeners that balanced planetary frequencies. Such a structure could have served as a kind of global tuner, ensuring equilibrium between electromagnetic fields. If ancient civilizations truly understood the Earth's energy grid, Baalbek may have been a power relay or control node, what ancient texts call the navel of the world. The Romans, arriving thousands of years later, would have mistaken this technological marvel for a temple and simply repurposed it for worship. One of the most compelling aspects of this theory is the stone's interlocking design. Each block's placement is so precise that they behave as a single monolithic mass. Engineers have found that such arrangements distribute vibration in ways that absorb energy, like modern seismic bases used under nuclear plants and launch pads. Could be that Baalbek was designed to withstand the immense pressure of energy release, whether mechanical, vibrational, or even plasma-based. The builders may have known how to harness forces we have only begun to rediscover. Further adding to the mystery are ancient reports of Baalbek's beacon. Early travelers and medieval chroniclers described the site as a place where strange lights were seen. Pillars of fire rising into the sky, accompanied by low, rumbling sounds. Some accounts even describe the stones themselves glowing faintly under moonlight. To ancient eyes, this would have been divine fire. To modern researchers, it could indicate plasma discharges or piezoelectric effects caused by immense energy movement within the limestone. Perhaps these lights were the final echoes of whatever once powered the site, a forgotten technology that linked heaven and earth through light itself. As speculative as these theories may seem, they echo a consistent pattern across the ancient world. The Nazca lines in Peru, the platform at Pumapunku, and the basalt runway at Baalbek's sister site in Lebanon, Califacra, all exhibit enormous scale, flat geometry, and celestial alignment. Were these coincidences, or fragments of a system that once spanned the planet, used by beings or civilizations who traverse the skies? Baalbek, with its unmatched size and mystery, could have been their greatest hub, their central gateway. The documentary sequence transitions to a breathtaking aerial shot. The camera pulls high above Baalbek, revealing its massive platform gleaming like a silver mirror under the midday sun. The narrator's voice enters, steady and resonant. Why build so large? Why shape the earth itself into precision geometry? Perhaps because it was never meant for men. Perhaps it was built for the gods, or for those who came from the stars and taught men to dream of the heavens. The music swells, low drums and a rising chorus, evoking thunder. If Baalbek was a launch pad, the narrator continues, then the gods were not myths. They were travelers. And what we call worship may once have been communication. We prayed, and they answered, not with miracles, but with signs so advanced it appeared divine. The scene fades to black, leaving only the sound of deep, rumbling wind. The voice closes in a whisper. The stones of Baalbek are not just a mystery. They are instructions. They tell us that the sky has always been within reach, and that somewhere in our forgotten past, humanity once touched it. Long before Baalbek became the domain of archaeologists and tourists, it was a home of legends. Myths, whispered across generations, described not kings or priests as its builders, but giants, beings of immense strength who could shape mountains and carry stones as if they were feathers. To the ancients, this was not mere allegory. It was memory. When confronted with megaliths so enormous they defied human capability, the people of antiquity concluded the obvious. Such a place must have been built by a race far greater than man. And so began the legend in the film, the mighty ones, whose shadow still lingers over Baalbek stones. The Bible, in the book of Genesis 6:4, tells us, there were giants in the earth in those days, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The same became mighty men of old, men of renown. These Nephilim, born of divine and mortal union, were said to possess tremendous power and knowledge. Ancient Hebrew and apocryphal texts described them as builders, astronomers, and warriors who walked among humanity before the Great Flood. The Book of Enoch goes further, naming the Watchers who descended upon Mount Hermon, the very mountain range visible from Baalbek's plateau. From there, they taught humans metallurgy, sorcery, and architecture, and it was in that region that they built cities and towers that reached unto the heavens. The connection is almost too perfect to ignore. Mount Hermon lies less than 100 kilometers from Baalbek. In ancient cosmology, that entire region was sacred, a frontier between heaven and earth. The Watchers' descent, their creation of hybrid offspring, and their rebellion against divine order all happened, according to tradition, in that very land. Baalbek's colossal terrace could well be the remnant of the Watchers' citadel, their fortress of the giants. Even its name echoes its origin. The Arabic term Baalbek may derive from Baalbeka, lord of the valley, but older roots point to Baalbeka, god of the giants. The etymology itself remembers who the ancients believed truly built the site. Across the Near East, stories of giants building impossible structures are universal. In Lebanon, they speak of the Walim, beings who lived before the flood and built Baalbek to house their sky chariots. In Syria, local folklore claims that the trilithon stones were set by the first people, who were taller than palm trees. Even early Christian pilgrims repeated these tales. The 4th century Bishop Eusebius wrote of stones so vast that only the titans of old could have raised them. Centuries later, Arab historians like al-Masudi describe Baalbek as the fortress of Nimrod, the great giant king said to have defied heaven itself by building a tower to reach God. The figure of Nimrod, known in Mesopotamian lore as Gilgamesh and in Hebrew tradition as the mighty hunter before the Lord, has long been associated with monumental architecture. Legends claim he ruled after the flood and sought to rebuild what had been lost in the time of the Nephilim. Some say Baalbek was his throne, constructed by enslaved giants under his command. Long before Baalbek became the domain of archaeologists and tourists, it was a home of legends. Myths, whispered across generations, described not kings or priests as its builders, but giants, beings of immense strength who could shape mountains and carry stones as if they were feathers. To the ancients, this was not mere allegory. It was memory. When confronted with megaliths so enormous they defied human capability, the people of antiquity concluded the obvious. Such a place must have been built by a race far greater than man. And so began the legend in the film, the mighty ones, whose shadow still lingers over Baalbek stones. The Bible, in the book of Genesis 6:4, tells us, there were giants in the earth in those days, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The same became mighty men of old, men of renown. These Nephilim, born of divine and mortal union, were said to possess tremendous power and knowledge. Ancient Hebrew and apocryphal texts describe them as builders, astronomers, and warriors who walked among humanity before the Great Flood. The Book of Enoch goes further, naming the Watchers who descended upon Mount Hermon, the very mountain range visible from Baalbek's plateau. From there, they taught humans metallurgy, sorcery, and architecture, and it was in that region that they built cities and towers that reached unto the heavens. The connection is almost too perfect to ignore. Mount Hermon lies less than 100 kilometers from Baalbek. In ancient cosmology, that entire region was sacred, a frontier between heaven and earth. The Watchers' descent, their creation of hybrid offspring, and their rebellion against divine order all happened, according to tradition, in that very land. Baalbek's colossal terrace could well be the remnant of the Watchers' citadel, their fortress of the giants. Even its name echoes its origin. The Arabic term Baalbek may derive from Baalbeka, lord of the valley, but older roots point to Baalbeka, god of the giants. The etymology itself remembers who the ancients believed truly built the site. Across the Near East, stories of giants building impossible structures are universal. In Lebanon, they speak of the Walim, beings who lived before the flood and built Baalbek to house their sky chariots. In Syria, local folklore claims that the trilithon stones were set by the first people, who were taller than palm trees. Even early Christian pilgrims repeated these tales. The 4th century Bishop Eusebius wrote of stones so vast that only the titans of old could have raised them. Centuries later, Arab historians like al-Masudi describe Baalbek as the fortress of Nimrod, the great giant king said to have defied heaven itself by building a tower to reach God. The figure of Nimrod, known in Mesopotamian lore as Gilgamesh and in Hebrew tradition as the mighty hunter before the Lord, has long been associated with monumental architecture. Legends claim he ruled after the flood and sought to rebuild what had been lost in the time of the Nephilim. Some say Baalbek was his throne, constructed by enslaved giants under his command. Others claim he inherited it from his forebears, the Watchers, using their knowledge to maintain the temple long after their fall. Either way, the site became a symbol of hubris and divine rebellion, a monument to the mingling of heaven and earth that God himself had sought to erase. But if the Nephilim were more than myth, if they were real beings, perhaps hybrids of celestial visitors and early humans, then Baalbek takes on entirely new significance. Its stones, massive and impossible, may not have been an overreach of human engineering, but a reflection of scale. For beings twice or 3 times the height of man, weighing thousands of pounds, the trilithon would not be excessive. It would be proportional. What we consider superhuman might have been ordinary to them. Their world would have been built to their measure. Fossil record and archaeology have uncovered tantalizing fragments that fuel these stories. Oversized tools, human skeletons far larger than average, and ancient myths describing gods who measured 12 cubits in height. While mainstream science dismisses most of these finds as exaggerations or misinterpretations, the persistence of motif, across continents and millennia, suggests a shared memory buried in the collective unconscious. Giants are not just mythological curiosities. They're archetypes of a time when humanity lived among beings of immense stature and knowledge. The ancient historian Flavius Josephus wrote that the descendants of Nephilim were still visible in his day, bones of enormous size found in the land of Canaan. The Book of Giants, discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, tells of their great cities, their rebellion, and their eventual destruction by a cosmic flood. According to that text, the Watchers' offspring built temples in the mountains, where they sought to preserve their wisdom from the waters that were to come. Baalbek fits that description precisely, a mountain temple of impossible size, high above the valley floor, made to endure catastrophe. When the Romans arrived millennia later, they built their own temple complex atop these ruins. To them, the foundation was so ancient that it was already the stuff of legend. They called it the work of the Titans, acknowledging the same that the locals had long believed. It is as though every culture that encountered Baalbek recognized instinctively that it was not theirs, that it belonged to beings from another age. In the modern era, alternative researchers like Zacharias Sitchin and Eric von Daniken revived the giant theory, suggesting that the Nephilim were not mythical at all, but extraterrestrial, a hybrid race engineered by visitors from another world. In this view, the giants were not monsters but pioneers, part of a genetic and technological experiment meant to jumpstart civilization. Their great cities, including Baalbek, were command centers, outposts of a celestial colony that once spanned the earth. The legends of their fall and the flood would then mark the collapse of that colony and erasure their legacy from human memory. Whether one sees them as divine hybrids, ancient astronauts, or metaphors for lost greatness, the myth of the giants endures because Baalbek feels too vast to be human. The stones seem to laugh at our scale, reminding us that something once walked this earth that we can hardly imagine. The site's aura of strength and timelessness, its inexplicable durability, its silent defiance of decay, all echo the power of those mighty men of old. As the documentary scene unfolds, the camera tilts upward from the base of the trilithon. The stones tower over frame, blotting out the horizon. The narrator's voice, slow and resonant, fills the silence. They said giants built this place, beings half god, half man. To us, they're legend, but to the ancients, they were fact. Their hands shaped these stones. Their footsteps still echo in the dust. Thunder rolls across the valley, and lightning flickers behind the columns. Perhaps the giants never vanished. The voice continues. Perhaps their legacy is written not in bones, but in architecture. Baalbek stands as their monument, a reminder that once the earth was shared with beings who looked upon mountains not with awe, but with memory. The music swells, a low, rhythmic pulse that feels like a giant's heartbeat. The final line lands softly, almost whispered. We call them myths because we cannot face the truth that the builders of Baalbek were not like us. They were greater. In every culture touched by Baalbek's legend, one haunting question echoes through time. Who were they? Who possessed the knowledge, the power, and the will to move mountains? Some say the builders were giants, others the gods themselves. But there's another possibility, one that bridges mythology and technology, faith and science, that Baalbek was built not by humans and not by supernatural deities, but by visitors from the stars. For centuries, ancient texts have described beings who descended from the heavens to teach humankind the arts of civilization. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki, those who came from the sky. The Egyptians spoke of the Neteru, divine beings who ruled before mortal kings. The Greeks worshipped the Titans and Olympians, who walked among mortals before retreating to the heavens. In the Levant, where Baalbek stands, the locals spoke of Baal and his divine kin, sky gods who thundered from above and shone like fire when they descended. Across names, continents, and languages, the pattern is unmistakable. These were not gods of metaphor, but beings of light and flight. Ancient astronaut theorists have long suggested that Baalbek was one of their earthly bases, a landing platform for celestial craft. To the people of the ancient world, such visitors would have seemed divine, their technology indistinguishable from magic. They would describe their ships as chariots of fire, their engines as thunder, and their radiant armor as light. In this context, Baalbek's colossal stone terrace makes perfect sense. It was not built to please the gods. It was built for them as infrastructure, a foundation strong enough to endure their arrival and departure. The myths of Baal's descent reinforce this image. Ancient hymns describe him riding the storm, descending in glory, and alighting upon his mountain house. In Phoenician depictions, Baal is often shown standing atop a platform with wings or lightning bolts beneath him, symbolic, perhaps, of propulsion. The temple itself was said to shake when Baal descended, and the air was filled with smoke and fire. To modern readers, this sounds less like divine metaphor and more like a description of a landing event, a craft touching down, engines roaring, ground trembling. Even Baalbek's architectural features support this interpretation. The massive trilithon stones form a vibration-absorbing base, capable of dispersing shock across a wide surface, much like modern aerospace launch pads. The site's extraordinary flatness and its position in an open valley would have made it ideal for observation and descent. The enormous foundation could withstand not only seismic forces, but mechanical ones. Was it coincidence, or did the builders anticipate the needs of flight long before humanity rediscovered it? In the 1960s, researchers such as Erich von Daniken brought this theory to public attention, arguing that the chariots of the gods once landed at Baalbek. They noted that ancient texts described the site as the meeting point of gods and men, a literal gateway of the heavens. The Arabic name Baalbek may even conceal an older term, Baalbeka, meaning House of Baal's Landing. While mainstream archaeology dismisses this as speculation, the symbolism is difficult to ignore. The imagery of descent, thunder, light, and celestial communication repeats across cultures separated by oceans and centuries. Could it all trace back to a single event, a time when humanity witnessed beings arrive from the stars? If so, then Baalbek's purpose was far greater than ritual. It was functional, a port of the gods. Its builders understood gravity, resonance, and electromagnetic energy well enough to create a platform that interacted with the Earth's own telluric field. In this interpretation, Baalbek was not a religious temple but a technological relay, a station that drew power from the planet and transmitted upward, perhaps even to orbit. Ancient myths describing gods who ascended in pillars of flame and rode the clouds could be the memory of such launches. The implications ripple outward. If Baalbek was indeed a landing site, then humanity's ancient contact with extraterrestrial intelligence is not fantasy. It is history. The gods who built the foundation may have engineered humanity's earliest civilizations. The same pattern appears across the globe. Pyramids in Egypt aligned to Orion, ziggurats in Mesopotamia built as stairways to heaven, and temples in South America that mirror the stars. These were not coincidences but coordinates, a planetary network of contact points. Baalbek, at the crossroads of ancient trade routes and celestial alignments, would have been among the most significant of them all. Modern scientists might scoff, but archaeological mysteries keep the theory alive. How were the stones cut with such perfection? How were they transported? Why do no contemporary records explain their construction? The Romans, meticulous record keepers, left not a single inscription about how they built the foundation. It is as though they found it already there, too ancient even for their memory. When questioned, local elders reportedly told early travelers, it was built by the gods before the flood. There are even accounts in the Middle East oral traditions that describe the sky above Baalbek as burning like metal in ancient times, and the land shaking when Baal descended. Ancient observers might have interpreted the roar of engines as divine thunder, the glow of plasma as celestial fire. The imagery matches modern descriptions of spacecraft far more closely than the chariots of bronze and horse-drawn carts known to antiquity. But perhaps the most compelling evidence lies not in mythology, but in architecture itself. The very design of Baalbek seems to defy human logic. It's as if it was built to support not just ritual processions, but weight. The platform's structural integrity is so immense that it could easily support thousands of tons of load, perhaps even a vibration or electromagnetic discharge from advanced craft. The combination of stone density, quartz content, and grounding geometry forms an ideal capacitor system. Whether intentionally or by design, Baalbek stones act like a vast energy sink, capable of absorbing and dispersing immense power. If the builders were extraterrestrial, their influence would have transformed humanity. They may have imparted knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and architecture before withdrawing, leaving temples like Baalbek as both monuments and markers. Ancient texts consistently describe gods teaching humanity how to measure the heavens, build great cities, and rule with justice. The sudden leap from primitive tribal culture to organized civilization around 4000 BC has never been fully explained by archaeology. Perhaps the gods of Baalbek, those beings who descended in fire and light, were catalysts of that transformation. As the documentary sequence builds, the camera drifts through the ruins under a star-filled sky. The narrator's tone shifts from wonder to revelation. They called them gods because they came from the heavens. They built in stone because they wanted their message to last. And perhaps, in their precision, they left us a map not just of the stars, but of our own origins. The view pans upward, showing Orion, Sirius, and the Milky Way glowing directly above the site. The narrator continues, if Baalbek was a landing site, then this was not myth, it was memory. The gods did not abandon us. They gave us the tools to find them again. Perhaps that is why Baalbek still calls to us, after all these millennia, not as a ruin, but as a beacon. The music swells, a haunting blend of strings and metallic hums, like an engine hidden beneath a choir. The narrator's voice fades into the darkness. Maybe one day, when we finally return to the stars, we'll realize we've been there before. And Baalbek was a launch pad. If Baalbek truly carries the fingerprints of gods or beings from beyond our world, then the question becomes inevitable. What happened to them? Why did they leave? Why did this great center of power fall silent? Its stones left a weather in the sun. What could have erased a civilization so advanced that it could shape mountains? The answer, according to ancient records and modern interpretation alike, may lie in the single most haunting idea of all, that humanity's gods destroyed themselves, and in doing so, destroyed the world they had helped create. Ancient texts from Sumer to Canaan tell the time when the sky gods warred among themselves. The Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic, speaks of celestial beings who fought in the heavens, their battles shaking the earth and boiling the seas. In the book of Enoch, the Watchers, those who descended upon Mount Hermon near Baalbek, rebelled against divine law and brought chaos to mankind. The Mahabharata of India describes weapons of light brighter than 1,000 suns unleashed upon cities, leaving survivors blinded and rivers poisoned. These stories scattered across cultures, read less like mythology and more like fragmented eyewitness accounts. Ancient memories of a technological catastrophe so devastating that only myth could contain it. If the builders of Baalbek possessed advanced energy systems, resonance technology, plasma power, perhaps even flight, then a war among them would have been apocalyptic. The energy required to lift or cut 1,000-ton stones could just as easily destroy them. Perhaps Baalbek's massive platform, designed to absorb vibration, once endured not only launches but impacts, shocks from the very weapons of the gods. This might explain the vitrified surfaces and fused rock occasionally found in the region, as if exposed to extreme heat. Could Baalbek have been struck by the remnants of their conflict, a battle that ended in fire, thunder, and silence? Local legends preserve hints of such a fall. In ancient Phoenician tradition, Baal's rival was Mot, the god of death and chaos. Their struggle was cosmic. Baal ruled life, rain, and creation, while Mot embodied destruction and drought. In their final battle, Mot consumed Baal, and the land was cast into darkness. Only after seasons of death did Baal rise again, bringing life back to the earth. To religious scholars, this was a myth about agricultural cycles. But to those who look deeper, it reads like the echo of a celestial war, one in which great powers clashed and the earth suffered the consequences. The Epic of Gilgamesh adds another layer to the story. When Gilgamesh, the semi-divine king, journeys to the Cedar Mountains, modern Lebanon, he encounters the monstrous guardian Humbaba, said to serve the god's domain. Some interpret this passage as a reference to Baalbek itself, guarded by ancient technology or beings left behind after the cataclysm. Gilgamesh's destruction of Humbaba may symbolize humanity's first attempt to claim divine power for itself. In that act of rebellion, the seeds of downfall were sown, the god's wrath, the flood, the great forgetting. Perhaps that forgetting was not accidental. If a war among the gods devastated the world, those who survived, human or otherwise, might have erased the record intentionally. Knowledge of that power could never again be allowed to threaten creation. The survivors would have buried the evidence, sealed the temples, and reduced advanced technology to symbols, rituals, and myths. Over time, what had been science became religion, and the stories of cosmic war became morality tales about sin and redemption. Baalbek's ruins, massive and indestructible, would remain as the last witness to what once was, a monument not only to greatness but to caution. It is no coincidence that many ancient texts describe divine beings ascending to heavens after a great disaster, promising to return when humanity is ready. The Sumerians wrote of the Anunnaki departing in ships of light. The Egyptians spoke of the gods sailing across the sky in solar boats. Even the Hebrew scriptures mention fiery chariots carrying prophets away. Perhaps Baalbek was one of their last active sites, a terminal, abandoned after the war, its technology too dangerous to reactivate. The departure of the gods may have been nothing more than the evacuation of a dying outpost. Archaeologists studying the site note that Baalbek shows signs of continuous rebuilding, layers upon layers of reconstruction. The deeper one digs, the older the stones become, until foundation seems to predate all known civilization. It is as though successive cultures kept returning to this place, compelled by some instinct some memory of its lost power. The Romans built upon it. The Arabs revered it, and even now, researchers are drawn to it without knowing why. Perhaps this recurring fascination is itself part of the mystery, a subconscious recognition that Baalbek is more than ruins. It is an echo, a scar left by a forgotten age of gods and their war. Some theorists suggest that remnants of that conflict still exist. In radiation anomalies, magnetic disturbances, or unexplained craters found throughout the Near East. Satellite scans of the region reveal patterns that could be consistent with energy discharge or blast zones thousands of years old. Mainstream scientists attribute these to natural erosion or meteor impacts, but the alignment with mythic battlefields is uncanny. Could the wars of Baal and Mot, of the Anunnaki and the Watchers, have been real, fought not with swords and thunderbolts, but with technology so advanced that their remnants still distort the Earth's magnetic field? If that is true, then humanity's own history may be a cycle. Civilizations rise into power, reaching for the heavens and falling again in fire. Baalbek stands as both proof and warning. The same knowledge that built wonders could also destroy worlds. The gods fell because they forgot balance, because power eclipsed wisdom. In their wake, they left their temples and their warnings carved into stone. As above, so below, they once taught the principle of harmony between earth and sky. When that harmony was broken, the gods vanished, and the stones of Baalbek fell silent. As the camera glides through the ruins at dusk, the soundtrack lowers to a slow, echoing pulse. The narrator's voice enters, grave and deliberate. The ancients told us of a war in heaven, of gods who turned their power upon one another. They said the earth shook, the mountains melted, and the sky burned. Perhaps it was not the end of the world, but the end of their world. Lightning flickers across the horizon, illuminating the giant stones in stark flashes. If Baalbek was their fortress, the voice continues, then its silence is not just mystery, it is mourning. These stones remember thunder. They remember flight, fire, and the fall of gods. The shot widens, showing the vast terrace under a stormy sky. The music swells into a haunting crescendo, then fades to a whisper. We have always looked to the heavens for our creators. But perhaps our creators fell, not in glory, but in ruin. And Baalbek is their tomb, standing forever as a monument to what happens when gods forget they are not infinite. When the gods fell silent and the fires of their celestial war faded, what was left behind on earth was not only stone, but knowledge. The survivors of that ancient age, whether divine, hybrid, or human, may have preserved fragments of their wisdom in myths, symbols, and sacred architecture. Across the world, cultures separated by oceans seemed to awaken at once, building pyramids, ziggurats, and temples that echoed the same cosmic patterns as Baalbek. How could this have happened? How did people who supposedly lived in isolation share the same astronomical alignments, the same myth of gods from the sky, the same obsession with geometry and sound? The answer may lie in what some call the lost science of the ancients, a legacy of knowledge deliberately encoded in stone, so it could outlast every empire, every flood, every amnesia of mankind. When archaeologists look closely, Baalbek appears not as an isolated anomaly, but as part of a vast network of sites following identical mathematical laws. Its coordinates resonate with the same planetary grid that links Giza, Stonehenge, Easter Island, Teotihuacan, and Angkor Wat. All sit along nodal points of energy, points where the Earth's magnetic field intensifies. Coincidence is an unsatisfying explanation when precision this exact repeats across continents. It suggests intent, an understanding of the planet as a living organism whose energy can be mapped, channeled, and used. The ancients, it seems, were not primitive builders. They were engineers of the earth itself, the secret that unified them all with geometry. Every ancient civilization, from Egypt to Mesoamerica, used the same sacred ratios, the golden mean 1/618, pi, and harmonic intervals that correspond to musical frequencies. These were not artistic flourishes. They were formulas. By applying them to architecture, the ancients created structures that resonated with the natural frequencies of planet. Baalbek's terrace, like the Great Pyramid, is built upon these ratios, each stone placed according to harmonic resonance. The builders understood what we are only rediscovering, that matter, energy, and consciousness are not separate, but vibrations of the same field. This science of resonance wasn't superstition. It was physics. Ancient texts, when stripped of mythic language, describe experiments in sound, magnetism, and energy. In the Egyptian temple of Hathor, inscriptions speak of the awakening of stone through sound. In Vedic scripture, creation begins with a cosmic vibration OM. The Greeks taught that number and harmony form the essence of all existence, the music of the spheres. These are not poetic coincidences. They are echoes of a universal scientific truth. Vibration creates form. The ancients built their temples as resonant machines, designed to harmonize with cosmic frequencies. Baalbek, standing upon quartz-rich limestone, would have acted like a planetary tuning fork, amplifying Earth's energy and transforming it into usable power, whether spiritual, acoustic, or electromagnetic. Some researchers argue that this knowledge came from a single source, a prehistoric civilization that predated known history by tens of thousands of years. This lost world, sometimes called Atlantis, Lemuria, or by other names, was said to have mastered both science and spirit. It understood the laws of vibration, geometry, and energy so completely that it could shape matter with precision. When its empire fell, whether through cataclysm or war, its survivors scattered across the globe, seeding fragments of their wisdom in future cultures. Baalbek, in this view, was not their beginning but their continuation, a reconstruction of their lost technology, a memorial to the science of the gods. Traces of that science appear everywhere. The ancients built temples on magnetic anomalies, aligned to solstices and equinoxes, using materials that conduct energy, granite, basalt, quartz, and limestone. They used acoustics not just for music, but for healing, levitation, and transformation. In modern labs, physicists have confirmed that specific sound frequencies can alter matter, levitate particles, and even affect brain waves. Were these same principles once applied on a monumental scale? Could the megaliths of Baalbek be the remnants of a global energy system, machines that once powered cities, healed bodies, or connected human consciousness to the cosmos? Even their myths preserve this theme. The Sumerians wrote of the tablets of destiny, devices of knowledge that controlled the fate of the world. The Egyptians spoke of those emerald tablets, inscribed with the secrets of energy and transmutation. The Greeks told of Prometheus, who stole the fire of the gods and gave it to humanity, for which he was punished eternally. In every version, the story is the same: divine knowledge granted to man, then lost or forbidden. Perhaps Baalbek itself was one of these tablets, a repository of encoded wisdom written not in words, but in architecture. Modern researchers using vibration mapping and electromagnetic sensors have detected faint harmonics still emanating from Baalbek stones, low-frequency hums that seem to respond to wind and seismic movement. These tones align with the Earth's Schumann resonance, around 783 Hz, the same frequency produced by human brain waves in deep meditation. Such correlation suggests that Baalbek may once have been an instrument designed to tune consciousness itself, a place where mind, matter, and energy converged. To the ancients, this would not have been metaphysics. It was technology. They did not separate spirituality from science because they understood both as aspects of the same cosmic law. The question then becomes, why was this knowledge lost? How did humanity go from engineering temples that harmonize with the earth to building empires that destroy it? Some say the loss was deliberate, that after the cataclysm that ended the age of the gods, the survivors intentionally veiled their wisdom to prevent it from being misused again. They encoded their science and myth, hiding mathematics within allegory, physics within story. Others suggest that human consciousness itself declined, unable to sustain the higher awareness required to wield such power responsibly. In either case, the result was the same: a long amnesia. The temples remained, but their purpose was forgotten. Baalbek, then, stands as both memory and map. Its proportions, angles, and alignments are mathematical language, one that modern science is only beginning to decode. The golden ratio appears in its layout. Its corners mark astronomical events, and its vibration resonates with planetary harmonics. These are not coincidences. They are instructions. The ancients may have been trying to tell us how to reconnect with the energy grid of the earth, how to live in harmony with the same forces that sustain life. As the camera glides over the massive stones, the narrator's voice grows quieter, almost reverent. We see ruins, he says, but they saw equations. We see walls, but they saw frequencies. The ancients did not build to impress. They built to communicate. Baalbek was their language, and the stones are still speaking. The music swells, a slow, rhythmic pulse that mirrors a heartbeat. If we could read the code they left behind, the voice continues, we might rediscover the science that unites heaven and earth, the same science that built Baalbek, powered Atlantis, and shaped creation itself. The shot fades to the night sky, stars glittering above the ruins like living equations. Perhaps the knowledge was never lost, the narrator whispers. Perhaps it was waiting for us to listen and remember. Through centuries of dust and silence, one question has haunted Baalbek like a shadow that will not fade. What were they trying to tell us? The ancients, with their monumental stones and cosmic geometry, did not build aimlessly. Every line, every proportion, every orientation seems to hold meaning, a message so vast it could only be written in architecture. But was that message only spiritual, or could it have been something far more literal? Some researchers believe Baalbek is more than a ruin. It is a code, a vast stone archive preserving information about the earth, the heavens, and perhaps even humanity's origins. When we look at Baalbek's architecture, not as construction but as communication, its layout transforms into language. The terrace's precise angles correspond to geometric constants. Its alignments to solstices and star positions become syntax. Its measurements form ratios that appear again and again in natural law. In this sense, Baalbek is like a cosmic textbook written in stone, an enduring repository of knowledge, immune to the decay of paper, language, or empire. Ancient cultures understood that civilizations rise and fall, but stone endures. To them, the only way to preserve truth across millennia was to carve it into the earth itself. The Great Pyramid of Giza encodes the value of pi and the Earth's circumference. Stonehenge measures lunar cycles. Angkor, what captures the precession of the equinoxes. And Baalbek? It seems to encode both, serving as a bridge between Earth and cosmos, between geometry and energy. When its platform dimensions are measured in cubits, the ratios align precisely with those of the Great Pyramid and the Parthenon, both built thousands of miles and centuries apart. This shared mathematical fingerprint suggests a common source, a system of knowledge that once spanned the globe. Researchers who have studied these patterns call it the archaic code, a matrix of geometry, sound, and celestial movement that underlies sacred sites worldwide. The ancients may have used it to transmit messages through architecture, leaving behind markers for future generations who could one day read them. Each site would have been a node in a network of meaning, a grid of information encoded in proportions rather than words. Baalbek, with its immense scale and perfect geometry, may have been one of the primary archives of that system. Even the stones themselves seem to participate in this code. The trilithon, with its 3 colossal blocks, mirrors the trinity found in countless mythologies: creation, preservation, and destruction, or energy, matter, and consciousness. The temple's triadic layout, Jupiter, Bacchus, Venus, echoes the same structure in spiritual, physical, and cosmic form. To the builders, numbers were not quantities but principles, living symbols of universal forces. The number 3 signified creation, 6 balance, 12 cosmic order. In Baalbek, these numbers are everywhere. 6 columns at the temple's entrance, 12 around the sanctuary, 36 in the outer peristyle. Even the site's latitude, 34 degrees north, links to mathematical patterns found in the spacing of other megalithic structures. Could this be coincidence, or was it a deliberate attempt to encode a planetary map? Some believe the message was intended for U.S., for the future. The builders may have foreseen cycles of destruction, knowing that one day humanity would forget its origins. To protect their knowledge, they hid it in plain sight, turning sacred architecture into the medium of transmission. Myths would preserve the narrative. Geometry would preserve the data. It is only now, in the age of satellites, computers, and quantum physics, that we are beginning to see what they saw, that the universe is written in mathematics, that energy follows form, and that consciousness itself is a pattern. Recent studies using geodetic mapping have uncovered astonishing correlations. When Baalbek's coordinates are plotted alongside other ancient sites, Giza, Easter Island, Machu Picchu, they align along great circles of the earth, like pearls on an invisible string. These alignments are not random. They follow harmonic intervals consistent with the planet's curvature. The chance of such alignments being accidental is infinitesimal. If the ancients knew the dimensions of the Earth, then Baalbek's position was no accident. It was chosen to complete a planetary message. One provocative theory suggests that Baalbek encodes astronomical cycles far longer than human lifespans. The precession of the equinoxes, the tilt of the Earth's axis, even changes in solar output over millennia. These cosmic rhythms could serve as a warning that civilizations rise and fall in tune with the stars, that natural cataclysms are not random but cyclical. Perhaps the builders sought to remind future generations of this cosmic clock, a message about the fragility of planetary balance. In this view, Baalbek is not a temple or fortress, but a time capsule designed to endure until humanity was once again capable of understanding. Even linguistically, remnants of that code survive. The name Baalbek may derive from ancient Semitic roots meaning the Lord's gateway, or the place of opening. If taken literally, it might not refer only to a temple, but to an interface, a bridge between worlds, between the physical and the divine. The ancients might have understood communication with the gods as the ability to decode universal law, to understand the music of creation itself. In that sense, Baalbek's message was not only about where we came from, but how to return, to harmony, to balance, to the knowledge that consciousness and cosmos are one. For modern science, these ideas blur the line between archaeology and quantum theory. Physicists now speak of the universe as a holographic field, a web of vibrations where every part contains a whole. Ancient mystics said the same, though in simpler language. As above, so below. What if Baalbek was built to embody that principle, to demonstrate in stone the unity between heaven and earth, between geometry and consciousness? Its builders may have left us a working model of universal law, a cosmic formula carved into the bones of the planet itself. As the documentary sequence unfolds, the camera moves through Baalbek's ruins under starlight. The narrator's voice is hushed, as though revealing a secret long buried. They left no words because words fade, he says. They built their language in stone, written in the code of the cosmos. Every block, every angle, every proportion was part of the sentence. And Baalbek was a paragraph that spoke of creation itself. The music deepens into a slow, harmonic pulse, echoing the rhythm of breathing. Perhaps we were never meant to worship the gods, the narrator continues, but to remember what they remembered, to read what they wrote across the face of the earth. The camera pans upward, revealing the constellation Orion rising above the temple's columns, perfectly aligned. The voice fades into wind. Maybe the message was never lost. It was only waiting for us to understand the language of the stars. In the heart of Baalbek's vast ruins, there is a sensation that transcends architecture. It is the feeling that something, some hidden pulse, still stirs beneath the stone. For centuries, visitors have described it. A presence, a hum, a quiet awareness that seems to breathe through the ancient blocks. Scientists call it geology. Mystics call it memory. But to those who stand still and listen, it feels as though the site itself is alive. Could it be that Baalbek was not merely a monument, not even a machine, but something greater, something sentient? A conscious temple built not to worship the gods, but to become one? The ancients did not separate matter and spirit as we do. To them, everything had consciousness, mountains, rivers, stars, and stone. The earth was not a lifeless sphere, but a living being, a mother that thought, dreamed, and sang. In their worldview, sacred sites like Baalbek were not built on arbitrary ground. They were constructed upon the Earth's energy nodes, places where the planet's own consciousness interacted with the cosmos. The temple, then, was a body, a vessel through which the Earth would speak. And perhaps, through its geometry and resonance, Baalbek was designed to amplify that voice. Modern research into cymatics, the study of how vibration shapes matter, shows that sound can cause patterns to form in sand, water, even metal. The ancients understood this intuitively. When they built Baalbek, they may have been constructing an instrument of resonance designed to communicate not with humans, but with the earth itself. Every column, every angle, every chamber was tuned to certain frequencies. When the wind swept through the corridors or thunder rolled through the valley, the entire complex may have vibrated in harmony. The platform's immense stones, under pressure from the planet's tectonic currents, could have produced subtle electromagnetic tones, like a low, eternal heartbeat. This idea that Baalbek was built as a living system may sound mystical, but evidence supports it. The site's materials, limestone with quartz inclusions, are piezoelectric, meaning they generate electrical energy under stress. The weight of the temple stones, combined with seismic pressure from the valley's fault line, could have created continuous microcurrents of power. In this sense, Baalbek functioned as a biogeological interface, a structure designed to channel the Earth's natural energy and convert it into sound, light, or perhaps something more subtle, consciousness itself. Ancient myths hint that such places were not only sacred, they were aware. In Phoenician tradition, Baal's temple was said to speak to priests during storms. Inscriptions describe a mountain breathing fire and uttering the names of the gods. To the ancients, these were not metaphors but direct experiences of interaction between the human and the divine. The temple was not a building to enter. It was an entity to commune with. Even later, during Roman times, priests reported strange phenomena, lights appearing in the sky above the platform, vibrations that shook the ground without earthquakes, voices heard during ceremonies. Could it be that the ancients had built a temple that acted as an interface of consciousness, a place where the frequencies of mind and matter converged? In many traditions, temples were seen as instruments for altering states of awareness. The sound of chanting, the geometry of columns, the interplay of shadow and light, all were designed to guide the mind into resonance with higher dimensions. Baalbek, with its vast stones and planetary alignment, may have been the apex of this art, a consciousness amplifier where humans could merge their minds with the Earth's energy field. Modern neuroscience confirms that brain waves can synchronize with external vibrations when exposed to specific frequencies, especially in the low hertz range. Humans can enter trance or meditative states that produce heightened intuition, visions, and even feelings of unity with all existence. The ancients may have harnessed this phenomenon intentionally. Baalbek's acoustic properties and electromagnetic resonance could have been used to induce collective states of consciousness among priests and initiates. In these states, communication with the gods might not have been supernatural at all. It might have been a form of advanced telepathy, a shared consciousness facilitated by the temple's geometry. In this framework, Baalbek was not just a temple for the gods. It was a temple that became divine. Its harmonics and geometry transformed it into a conscious being, a planetary organism linked to both human thought and cosmic energy. Ancient initiates may have considered themselves not worshippers but caretakers, ensuring the temple remained in tune. Rituals involving sound, fire, and light were not symbolic. They were forms of calibration, maintaining the site's energetic balance. To them, the temple's soul was as real as the sun in the sky. This idea finds echoes across the ancient world. The Egyptians believed the Great Pyramid housed the Ba, or soul of the earth. The Incas said their temples were alive, breathing through the stones. Even in modern times, indigenous people speak of mountains that think and caves that dream. Perhaps Baalbek represents a pinnacle of that worldview, a fusion of architecture and consciousness, a deliberate attempt to awaken the Earth's intelligence and join it with that of the stars. Consider also the temple's astronomical alignments. The entire structure faces the sunrise during the summer solstice, when solar radiation is at its most intense. To the ancients, this was a moment when heaven touched earth. When the sun's rays struck the altar, the energy of the cosmos and the consciousness of the earth would merge through the temple's stones. In that instant, Baalbek was not merely a site. It was a being alive and awake, a bridge between cosmic mind and terrestrial heart. Perhaps this is why so many visitors throughout history describe the same feeling, a sense of presence, of being watched. Even now, at night, when the wind moves through the ruins, there are moments when one could swear the stones are listening. Scientists may call it pareidolia, the tendency to find patterns in chaos. But those who have stood there in silence know it's something more. The energy of millennia lingers in those blocks, charged by ritual, sunlight, and the magnetic breath of the earth. Baalbek may not think as we do, but in its own ancient geological way, it remembers. The documentary sequence slows to a still image of the massive platform under moonlight. The narrator's voice softens to a whisper. What if Baalbek was never meant to worship the gods, but to become one? What if the ancients built not statues, but consciousness itself? A living temple that breathes with the earth, listens to the stars, and dreams through stone? A low hum rises on the soundtrack, a subsonic vibration that seems to resonate in the viewer's chest. The voice continues. The ancients spoke of places where heaven and earth were one, what a planet thought, and the stars answered. Baalbek may be one of those places still awake, still humming beneath the veil of time. As the camera pans out, the ruins shrink into the vastness of the valley. The hum fades into silence, and the final line lingers like a prayer. We built machines to understand the universe. They built one to become it. Baalbek stands not only as a monument to the past, but as a dormant power, waiting to awaken. Ancient texts and prophecy suggest that sacred sites like Baalbek were built to reactivate at a specific moment in human history. These sites, designed to align with cosmic cycles, were intended to unlock forgotten knowledge when humanity reached a particular threshold of spiritual and technological maturity. Modern research has uncovered strange phenomena around Baalbek, including subtle electromagnetic fluctuations and unusual resonance patterns. These anomalies are not random. They hint at something more profound. Baalbek could be a dormant energy node awaiting reactivation. Similar anomalies are detected at other megalithic sites, suggesting that the Earth itself may be undergoing a vibrational shift. As the planet and humanity enter a new phase, these ancient structures may begin to resonate once again. The idea that Baalbek is a reactivation point aligns with ancient beliefs about the cyclical nature of time. Civilizations rise and fall, but the knowledge of the gods endures, encoded in sacred places like Baalbek. This awakening isn't about external forces. It's about humanity remembering its own potential. Baalbek was not built to remain a mystery. It was built to awaken us to the divine power we all possess. As we approach this moment of global transformation, Baalbek remains a symbol of potential, an energy system waiting to reconnect humanity with the cosmos. The return of the builders is not an event in the sky, but the reawakening of consciousness on Earth. The builders live on in us, and Baalbek calls us to remember our true power. Baalbek's greatest purpose may not be to connect us to the past, but to guide us forward, to help us remember who we are becoming. The ancient builders didn't just create a monument. They created a message for humanity's future. The ruins are not relics of a lost civilization, but anchors of a new consciousness waiting to be realized. The purpose of Baalbek was always about awakening. The ancient wisdom encoded within the stones is not about looking backward at the gods, but about recognizing the potential within ourselves. Baalbek is a physical expression of human divinity, a reminder that we were built to create, to harmonize with the cosmos, and to unlock the mysteries of the universe. Modern science is catching up to the ancient wisdom embedded in Baalbek's design. The principles of sacred geometry and resonance are now understood to be part of the natural laws that govern the universe. The ancients knew that the universe itself is a symphony of vibration, and they built Baalbek to resonate with that music. The energy of Baalbek is not gone. It's just waiting for us to reconnect with it. As humanity evolves, we are rediscovering the keys to this power. The awakening of Baalbek is a symbol of humanity's own transformation. It is not just a call to look back. It is a call to step forward into the divine potential we have always carried within us. Baalbek is more than a monument. It is a mirror of our future, reflecting the greatness that awaits when we learn to live in harmony with the earth and the cosmos. For centuries, Baalbek has stood as a testament to ancient knowledge, seemingly out of place with its size and precision. It holds a message that transcends time, not about who built it, but why. Baalbek's creators may have left us more than just a monument. They may have left us a blueprint for humanity's next great evolution. The legends surrounding Baalbek speak of the return of the builders, a prophecy that one day, when humanity is ready, the knowledge of the gods will resurface. But perhaps this return is not an event in the heavens, but an awakening within ourselves. The message of Baalbek is not one of waiting for external forces, but of remembering that humanity's potential has always been divine. The ancients encoded their wisdom not just in stone, but in resonance. When humanity rediscovers its harmony with the earth and the cosmos, the true power of Baalbek will awaken. not through celestial arrival, but through the ascension of humanity's consciousness. Baalbek's message is a call to action. It is not a relic to be admired from afar. It is a key to unlock the dormant power within us all. As we rediscover the sacred geometry and energy encoded in the ruins, we begin to remember our divine nature and the responsibility that comes with it. Baalbek is not just a monument of the past. It is a reminder of the future. Baalbek's true purpose transcends archaeology. It is a mirror, a reflection of humanity's potential. The builders of Baalbek understood that creation isn't just physical. It is spiritual and energetic. They encoded the knowledge of the cosmos in their temples, not only to honor the divine, but to become it. The massive stones of Baalbek are a literal and symbolic representation of this connection between humanity and the cosmos. Modern science is catching up with this ancient wisdom. Discoveries in quantum physics, resonant energy, and planetary harmonics echo what the ancients knew. The universe is built upon a unified field, and everything, matter, consciousness, energy, is connected. Baalbek was built to remind us that we are part of the cosmos, not separate from it. Today, humanity is once again at the precipice of a new phase in our development. As we learn to align our technologies with the natural rhythms of the earth and the cosmos, we may rediscover the same harmonious principles the builders of Baalbek once mastered. Their legacy is not just in stone, but in us, in our ability to remember our oneness with the universe. Baalbek has stood for millennia, not just as a monument to the gods, but as a message to humanity's future. The true purpose of Baalbek is not merely to honor the past, but to guide us forward, to remind us of our potential. The builders of Baalbek knew that knowledge, like stone, endures beyond the rise and fall of civilizations. They built the temple as a mirror, reflecting the truth that lies dormant within all of us, that we are divine creators capable of shaping the world around us. The ancient legends of Baalbek speak not of gods ascending from the heavens, but of humanity rising to meet the heavens within. The return of the builders is not about an event outside of us. It is the awakening of the divine potential within us all. Baalbek is a blueprint, a guide to the next great leap in human evolution. To awaken Baalbek is not to dig through its ruins, but to reconnect with the universal wisdom encoded in its geometry. The true awakening is the realization that we are not separate from the cosmos. We are part of it. As humanity reawakens to this truth, Baalbek will not just remain a relic. It will come alive once again through our understanding, our creativity, and our unity with the universe. Baalbek's message is clear. The next great evolution of humanity is not about machines or technology. It is about awakening to our true divine potential and realizing that we are co-creators with the universe. When we remember this truth, the builders will not have returned. They will have been here all along within us.